Salam everyone. Welcome to another stream. Hope you guys can hear me okay. It's been a while. If there's any sounds, there's just some fireworks outside, so apologies for that. Let's see here. Salam Dafi, Logs, Salam Shu'aib ibn Saleh, Salam Baba Drama. Okay, so there's a lot to get through in this stream. I'm going to try to be as concise as I can. The topic is a bit vague on purpose because I couldn't really pick one title to really encapsulate the different things I've been kind of ruminating on for a while. I should mention at the moment, you guys are probably aware, I've started to really kind of sink my teeth into translating the Quran. And I feel like at some point this is like kind of a bit of a burden on us in a way, because if you guys have been following this channel, there really hasn't been this like revival of what the Quran represents, in my opinion. And I think that the time is really ticking for some kind of a conclusion to be made. And I think translating the Quran systematically, word by word, has definitely given a lot more insight, a lot more rapidly. That's to say the least. And if you're not aware, I can maybe run down on what you can hope to expect, inshallah, regarding that. So essentially, there's kind of like different rounds of how to tackle such a seemingly, ominous task. The first round is pretty much getting every single word to somewhat represent one English word uniquely. So what that means is there's no synonyms involved. Every single word has a slightly different meaning, exactly as it would be in Arabic. And that's not supposed to be a perfect process in the beginning, because what this does is it kind of delineates, every single word is given a code in English. And then through that process, you start to realize what the grammar is doing in Arabic. So I've been really looking into a lot of Arabic grammar past few weeks. And definitely, you can start to see that within the translation, if you're consistent, that, every word represents a single concept or definition in, any language. English obviously is the easiest one for me, and for most people in the world. It definitely has the most vocabulary, so you could even technically use like the synonyms in English to your advantage, right? To just come up with just the right word to kind of encapsulate an entire list of words in Arabic. So in the second phase, once pretty much 100% of the Quran is like, just given something to represent it holistically, that involves a lot of the like sentence forming of all the ayat. And really, it's basically proving that that works and there's no kind of confusing, discrepancies. The third phase is pretty much the kind of publication, production. Just FYI, I don't plan on making any money from this at all. Allah forbid. But I do think that it would be very useful, because this process right now is forcing me to keep track of exactly how many times every single unit of speech in the Quran is occurring frequently. So what that means is if there's a word in there only once, you put a number once it's been translated, and just go down the list. Sometimes it's hundreds of times one exact word in that case. I mentioned in some video before that basically all the nouns, at least in Arabic, they are kind of given a context in Arabic in the Quran. And by the way, if you read the description of this video and all my videos, you'll know for a fact that the Quran did not come down missing all these details like diacritical marks, tajweed marks, all the various symbols and the ayah numbers and the chapter names and everything. So that information is essential. I want to create a Quran translation that extracts as much information from the Mus'haf as possible. So if something is feminine or masculine and it's not apparent from the translation, you can assign a color to that to show that it's feminine or masculine. Same thing for the cases. Like, for example, in Arabic, you have accusative, nominative, and genitive cases. Each one, or at least two of the three that occur less frequently, could be assigned a color so you understand when does this exact word happen. For example, in Arabic, the word for earth, ard, which, funny enough, most, if not all of the translations, they don't actually touch upon this word as consistently the earth. And it's obvious why, because the way this word is used throughout the Quran, it kind of scratches some heads. Why would Allah talk about the whole earth when he says travel in it and do this and do that? Well, because the Quranic story is so much bigger than you can imagine. Okay? So to use the example of al-ard, there's actually three versions of this one word because of the cases that you have in Arabic. There's al-ardi, al-ardu, al-arda. What's the difference? Meaning is the same. The word is the same except for the ending. The ending gives it its context in the timeline of the cosmos, which is kind of amazing. So at the moment, it still remains to be kind of crystallized, but the idea is that Al-Ardi is talking about the earth during what's known as the Ula. That's the long stretch of time of all history. We're living on it right now. That's the Ardi. That's why the world can be corrupted. Just watch my video on grammar and you'll get more information. That was before I realized the Quran was mainly talking about the hour and all of the things that happened during that time. That brings me to Al-Ardu. Al-Ardu is pretty much the art of the hour. So what time period is that in? What reality is that in? That's called the dunya. More specifically, the hayat ad-dunya. So every time you see the word ardu in there, that hasn't come yet, technically. A lot of people are under the impression, as Muslims, that we live in the dunya. Technically, that's supposed to be the stretch of time allotted for all of the conscious beings that have ever existed, called the hour. That's when the dunya really happens, because it's the closest or nearest in time to what? The akhirah. That's al-ardah. So obviously all these things already exist in Allah's perspective. So that's why the way he talks about it is outside of that time that we live in. So you can highlight the differences in one word that means the same thing with different colors. Ideally, what you want to have is kind of a transliteration. You want to have the Arabic as well. We're not going to play games and just hide the Arabic. And obviously the transliteration will be for reading support, but also, it's not going to be like random jumbled symbols to represent the Arabic sounds. We want to make a consistent thing that people can read comfortably. And On the other side, you have the actual word-to-word translation. This will be probably the only time that you'll find a translation where you just go to a word and it's the same thing in English defined as it would be in Arabic. There's no translation that has that. Nobody has done a pantextual analysis using the Quran as the vehicle for that. And certainly, there's not going to be any words left out. Like, some translators, they'll take one phrase like fil ardi, and it's nowhere in the English translation. It's not even in the transliteration. That's very deceptive. But clearly, I think that it's not an accident that all this stuff is happening around us to assist this effort as much as possible. The other thing that probably this will yield, and I'm hoping to do something like this for the benefit of all of you, is a Quran corpus like you see on the screen that's way, way, way better than what you see on the screen. And the reason why that would be the case is because if you notice, this website here has a lot of errors. I can say that comfortably. And the reason it does is because they haven't actually updated it for a long time. They don't even bother to make it even user-friendly or even aesthetically pleasing whatsoever. I mean, whatever, who cares about what it looks like? But still, that would help things in the 2024. The main problem is the following. These roots, okay? Now, for most of the time, it's fine when you have 3-letter roots that are consonants. But what about the 4-letter ones? What about the 5-letter ones? Those are fake. I've addressed this in a prior live stream. You can check it out. That needs to be worked out systematically, as well as the roots that are 3 letters long that have vowels associated with them. Those ones are never, ever collated into their, what I call, super root. So what that means is you take a root like salah. Okay, so salah, they say, is sad, lam, wow. Then there's another one that has to do with burning in hellfire, apparently. That's sad, lam, ya. Yasli, tasla, sali. And then you have other ones like asl, the roots of something. Wasl, that's the one the Quranists tend to go with the most connection, reaching, joining. All of this all falls under the umbrella of sad, lam, lam. This is just how Arabic works. And they haven't done anything to even reconcile any of that. That's why there's discrepancies with the roots as well. Anything that they can hide that is not immediately apparent from the Quran, they did. And yeah, their roots will be a major, major addition to this, because what it does is it puts all of the concepts that umbrella all of those words under those concepts under one 3-letter code. And yeah, you can extrapolate so many patterns just from that, but at the very least, we want to kind of condense everything that they've, exacerbated. So another thing is, obviously, they don't actually, like, for example, fatir. You have fatiri, fatira, and fatiru, but they don't make any effort to try to organize this exactly like I mentioned before, because it does have a difference in the context of the ayah. This would result basically in a glossary, a root appendix, a translation of the Quran, transliteration as well, and that brings me to the symbols. So that's something that's currently being looked at the moment. But clearly, when you look through the Mus'haf, there are all kinds of little letters, little symbols. We'll talk about one of them today. I've talked in the past at great length about some of them. But clearly, have you ever noticed that the book of the creator might be missing some punctuation marks that we use all the time in writing? Maybe that's because those tajweed marks, where people stop reciting or continue reciting or do either or, maybe some of those have to do with punctuation. It's kind of interesting. I mean, I don't know if I posted this on the Telegram, but there's a little wow you'll find right next to, certain words. Just a little tiny one just next to the word if you're reading from right to left. And that wow looks exactly what we would call a comma today in English, or in indeed most languages. Why does that get overlooked? What even is the point of that? Then you'll see a lot of jims above the text of the Quran. Does that not look like some kind of a reverse question mark? Is there any questions in the Quran? Are there maybe, you know, I, just keeping consistent to what the words say? You'll notice that not only did they do a terrible job at the accuracy of the statements of the translation of the Quran, also made so many statements that are interrogative, start with like a question, like what or why, to be negated, like does not or did not, which is very interesting, actually. I'm going to talk about quite a bit more than that. I just wanted to fill you in on that. So the 50% completion of the kind of words going through lists of translation, that encompasses half of all the words literally listed in the Quran. I think it's around 77,000 of them. So right about 38,000, picking obviously the most common ones and working our way, to the end. So clearly, to make this free and available, I mean, if I was evil, I probably would just not let anyone access it. But clearly, that didn't do us any justice as a species. So it have to be available to everybody for free. And inshallah, you can probably see a time if I mean I don't know where I don't know where we're going as a collective humanity to oblivion, it seems, but whatever Allah permits, I guess. Ideally, it'd be nice to have a website like this that just does the Quran justice, right? And you can reference, and you can put maybe Sahih International just as a kind of placeholder, whatever, and then people could really see just how deceptive it can be, the kind of collective translation in English. There's so much conspiracy involved with the English translators of the Quran. I can't really comment on the other languages. Quran translation has a very, very murky history, and it's always been done with bad intentions. I mean, at least in the very beginning. It's basically done for propaganda purposes in the official history that we know nothing about. And into modern times, it seems to be also a closed, kind of behind closed doors, inaccessible club of people that, they don't really show exactly why or how. I mean, hiding behind footnotes and behind metaphors and behind square brackets that apparently Allah didn't know what he wanted to say, so we have to explain it further as if like this is what he meant. Yeah, that doesn't really do us any favors. So, other thing I want to say is Mecca Part 7. This kind of takes priority than Mecca Part 7. I could, I guess, kind of, try to put something together at least, just to kind of, put as many thoughts as I can fit in a couple hours. I don't want to make it that long, but yeah, that's still kind of, apologies for the wait, but the world is constantly just diverting your attention. And I think I mentioned before, maybe not, but what that would entail. It's basically about the creation. I want to try to give people a picture of what that looks like, when we're talking about things in the Quran. So people have a mental map, maybe, of what they're looking at when they read the ayat. Um, so, yeah, that's the main thing. I want to call it the end of the worlds, and just kind of putting as many dots together as I can in that span of time. Yeah, I don't know how much I will get with this. I mean, the last part of the Mecca series was before it dawned on me that the Quran is fundamentally referencing the hour, as it were. So you can imagine my curiosities have shifted a lot into what I see as a priority at the moment. And the Quran translation definitely accelerates your understanding, because it challenges what you know. It makes you delve into really uncomfortable territory for a non-native Arab speaker. And I think it would be the same for a native Arab speaker, like, the grammar and various different parts of speech used in Arabic. It's a very intricate language, to say the least. But I'm willing to tread through that because clearly, for most people, it's incredibly boring. And personally, I kind of find it a bit interesting. I've always been kind of like a bit of a nerd in that sense. But yeah, I love languages, linguistics, and grammar was always intimidating in that sense. But so now that that's taken care of, yeah, salam to everyone in the chat. I'm gonna try to be, like I mentioned in the beginning, a bit more concise, to not keep you guys here at the early hours of the morning. But what I want to talk about today is, you could call it speculation, but it's better to know, and nothing happens, than to not know and be shocked in the near future. So, what is disclosure? Disclosure is essentially what the prophets do. We call them prophets today because we took that from the Bible. We took these words from a foreign language after Arabic was lost majority, and now we just take it as if it's another testament of the Bible. What is a prophet? It's a nabi, but the word nabi doesn't indicate what the word prophet does etymologically. The word prophet means somebody that is taking information from the gods. Okay? That is what the Quran calls a soothsayer. Someone who's possessed, who's demonically possessed. They would just say they have the spirit of God in them. And that God is a different kind of creature than what humans are. So they have the ability to speak through these people, different kinds of portents of the future mashed up in a deceptive way, because these beings don't know the future either. So this is what you would call prophesying or fortune telling or divination. It really has nothing to do with revelation or what a nabi sent. Naba is what the Quran gives you. Some people would say that the nabi, okay, had no knowledge of the unseen. That's based on a misunderstanding. The nabi has knowledge of the unseen because he is literally announcing it. That doesn't include all the knowledge of the unseen. Clearly, Allah says that we gave to mankind knowledge except a little knowledge we gave them. And what's interesting about this is the word naba. There's a surah in the Quran called naba. That word means disclosure. This is the best word I can find to showcase this. News can be doctored and fabricated. Information can be wrong. Announcing something doesn't make it true. But something that's disclosed means that it's been kept secret. And the unseen is definitely the biggest secret you can imagine. So Allah talks about this. This is a naba of what? The ghaib, the unseen. This is news from the unseen we give to you. That's why it's called a nabi. And we can even make a distinction in a translation between anbiya and nabiyin. Anba'i and naba. Nabbi, anbi. All of these words are slight variation of what, it should, like, of the same root. But none of the translations ever make distinctions between them. And how do you know? Because people don't even know in the Islamic religion. I say Islamic because it's sort of Islam. It's not actually Islam. That Anbiya and Nabiyin is the same thing. They can be more wrong. So these little variations are key to the accuracy of understanding the Quran. And this is why a lot of people don't believe in the unseen, because they don't actually understand how something like that could exist. But this encompasses all of the muttaqeen, who the muttaqeen are in the opening ayat of Surah Al-Baqarah. الَّذِينَ يُؤْمِنُونَ بِالْغَيْبِ. That comes first. Before Salah, before Zakah, before everything else. And that's why Allah doesn't need to waste His time telling you what you would already come to understand of your little tiny lives in the big picture of things. And yeah, that's what I want to show. Is the Quran encompasses literally all of reality. That's what it's sent for. There's no accident that we're here today in 2024 trying to peruse this book, this revelation from the Lord. Okay? So when you look on the news, when you look in your life, when you look at literally anything, it's referenced in the Quran. There's Qur'anists that take this to be 100% truth, theoretically, and they still don't believe in that. They still apologize and try to somehow put this in a framework of this is kind of the Bible thing, or this is kind of the Hadith thing if you're a Sunni or Shia. Some of them are completely secular, and they see it, this is just wise metaphors that explain modern science. Not at all. We don't understand anything until we base it on this book. Period. So, this word you see on the screen, انفطرت. Okay? This is something related to this root fatir, futur, fitra, fatara. Okay? What does that mean? Create cannot mean the same thing as break up, right? When the heaven is cleft asunder, yatafattarna means to break up, but fatarani means created me. How does that work? Yatafattarna, to get torn, but how could that be the case? Isn't the word for creation al-khalq, khalaqa? The discrepancies never end. But this is the main one here. Surah al-infitar. When the heaven breaks apart. For you that speak Arabic, what does the word fitr mean? And it's so interesting that Muslims celebrate, the Sunnis and Shias, they celebrate a holiday, and it's called Eid al-Fitr. And they don't really reflect what that is about. Oh, it's when we open our fast. Open your fast? Why wouldn't there be a word in the collective culture for opening your fast, or the Eid of the cessation of fasting? It's Eid al-Fitr. And this is what the Quran, really the power of it is. You decode the things around you. Literally, effortlessly. The more that you tie to it. Al-Fitr is this. Now they show this kind of Islamic looking woman and her deceased child. This I've talked about this little short for a long time. I think since the summer. And clearly, if you're not aware, watch a stream I did called World War III. I go through the whole thing, pretty much. This animation is called iPad Go 2. And this thing in the background, that is a fitr cloud. You know what a fitr is? A mushroom. If you put in Google Translate infitar or infatarat, you will get sometimes the translation, the heaven exploded. And if you put fitr, if you find that in the dictionary, same word for Eid al-Fitr, you'll get mushroom, because that's the word for mushroom. Wow, what a strange coincidence. What does explosions have to do with mushrooms? Unless there's a type of cloud formed from a certain kind of event that has been around since World War II. What I'm getting at is what I've been talking about on some recent streams, which is this hastening of the pseudo hour. What do I mean by that? The powers that be, from the jinn and the ins, they have a plan that they're escalating at the moment because of information like this, essentially. They definitely don't want people to really awaken about what's going on in the creation, whether they're aurora lights, whether they're comets, whether they're solar eclipses, and tying all of that into the Quran about, listen, humanity, this is about the hour. You will be resurrected. The resurrection, I mean, I can't think of a better word at the moment, but I'll get to it eventually, is just known as the Qiyamah. And Yawm al-Qiyamah is an entire surah in the Quran. I think it's 75. Yep. And interestingly enough, let me see here. This is, I mean, if you're not aware, I suggest you watch some older videos on the channel. But this is essentially the beginning of the hour. It's kind of crazy, eh? Some way or another, everybody is just raised alive collectively. And this is signaled by the qiyamah. Qiyamati. Yawm al-Qiyamah is something that we're in right now because the Yawm, Ayyam, the days, they're not like days that we know of. They last a long time. And sometimes the same day can have different titles depending on where it's reached. So, for example, you have Yawm al-Jum'ah, Yawm al-Fatah, Yawm al-Ba'ath, Yawm al-Qiyamah, Yawm al-Din, Yawm al-Fasl. It goes on and on and on. It's not simply one day because there's 6 of them to choose from. But clearly the last 2 are really important. Allah talks about Yawmain in the Quran, 2 days. So at some point, what would happen is the Qiyamah signals the beginning of the hour, the beginning of the actual test that humans will have the opportunity with optimal conditions to prove what eternal abode they belong in. And they will have no excuse, and nobody will be wronged. And these people that ask these questions, they're not even aware what they're in. Isn't that interesting? They literally forget what's going on around them. That's why Allah talks about those that deny by the ayat. Ayat are not just a bunch of words on a paper. Ayat are around you during this time, they're even around you now, but it's just cloaked. It's not as apparent as it will be then. This is a completely unassailable understanding of the Quran. That the Quran exists beyond this worldly life because it begins with Yawm al-Qiyamah in full exposure for all of humanity to see. When is it? When the vision is dazzled. Have you ever seen what a nuclear explosion looks like? I'm not here to say this has any weight to the splitting of atoms. That's something else. Splitting of nuclei. I'm just talking about the shape of the explosion. And if you watch my more recent live streams, we talk about New York and Mecca and the Kaaba and all the kind of, what happened in September 11th and everything like that. We'll touch on that a bit. But I find it very interesting that this thing in official history, the first tests, where they had to wear special goggles apparently, so they didn't get blinded by this dazzling of vision, is just them trying to deceive mankind, mostly, that the hour's happening now. It's happening now. The Mahdi is coming and the Mashiach is coming and we're going to have the big war of Gog and Magog. They need you to desperately associate this current existence as the hour. Because Allah says they can't hasten it. So whatever they're hastening is an illusion. It's games. Why is it called the Manhattan Project? It's called that because Manhattan references New York. New York is a symbol of Mecca. I talked about that on the prior stream. They've literally designed the World Trade Center before it was attacked, inspired by a Japanese architect studying Masjid al-Haram in Saudi Arabia. So what's interesting about this is called the Trinity test. Okay, Trinity is 3. It was done on the 16th of July, which is a 19 backwards. And It was even done in 1945, which the digits equal 19 as well. I'm only highlighting this to show you that these people know this stuff, and this is how they code things for future generations. It's a part of magic. The Trinity means three. And that's exactly what you saw on September 11th. 3 buildings. North Tower, South Tower, Building 7. 3. Sorry guys, I apologize if you can hear the... I'm not being bombed currently. They're celebrating a holiday. So why is 3? Why do they have 3 pillars in Mecca for the stoning of the devil? Yeah, I did mention that AMG, that the nuke itself doesn't exist. You can find in the Quran. Allah is Fatir, or I should say Faliq, similar word, Faliq, al-hubbatin, habbatin, wan-nawa. Nawa, that word means nucleus, okay, nuclei. So only Allah has the ability to split the particles. And it says that right there, the particles and the nuclei. So that's it. What they're doing is a masquerade, the whole thing. What they set up there in Saudi Arabia, what they built in New York, and indeed the entire modern world is a joke. It's like a illusion to captivate you under this spell. Manhattan. When you look up Armageddon, and this is a biblical term from the book of Revelation, that's like their script, that's their intellectual property. The first thing you see is this explosion. Okay. Now, I mentioned this before, I think. The hour starts, the actual hour starts with what? Al-Qiyamah. That event. That's an event, okay? So clearly, if they want to reproduce a version of that, which I think is already decreed, it's already written by Allah, and these people are just instruments to basically showcase how deluded they are. They're going to need some kind of explosion to reflect a symbol of what actually happens in its epitome during when the Quran comes to life. So that's what they see for Armageddon. The Sunnis, they call this Malhama al-Kubra, the great slaughter, butchery. And in Christianity and Judaism called Armageddon. Now, let me just, okay, so. Okay. Yeah, salam everybody. Okay. So let me show you guys this thing here. Let me know if you can see this. Okay. This is what we're looking at. Okay. Everybody's familiar with this site. One of the largest gatherings of any people in the world. And overlooking that is what? Overlooking that is these towers. Those towers are called Abraj as-Sa'a, towers of the hour. It even has the clock tower in the middle. Okay? The Kaaba is literally this little version that they have here with the pilgrims they go around. That's being overlooked by a symbolized deity. And it's not the creator of the heavens and the earth. In fact, if you look at what those towers look like, it looks like a seat, like for a god. And those big, big statues. Akbar. That means that what that means is the whole thing is designed around a lie. And it pains me to say this because I was, in the past always looking forward to doing Hajj, and that's all changed now. You can't you can't go back when the truth becomes clear what's going on. And if you don't understand why this is not the place that Nabi Muhammad and the history of Islam and everything revolves around, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. This was designed by, I guess, funded by the same people that they blame took down the towers in New York. And what's interesting here is like, it's not even hard to see what's going on. That is so interesting. The Quran is our guide. In the movie Salt, they were targeting Mecca with nukes to bring on a new world war. Yikes. Didn't even know about that. Thank you for sharing that. $3 billion. I think it's one of the most, if not the most expensive tower in the world. Yep. Exactly. It's like a seat. But what's really interesting, let me see if I can. I'm gonna just 1 second. Okay, just so people are aware, okay? This is already represented in this film that was made in 2012, and it was reposted in May, 12 years later. So you can see there, those are the towers right there, okay? In Mecca, okay? This is a bridge. There is a bridge called Jamarat Bridge in Mecca, in Saudi Arabia. There is a Masjid al-Haram, okay? And what's interesting about, maybe it's still hard for me to say what this represents because there's 3 masajid in Islam. Masjid al-Nabawi, that could be the case because there's a graveyard there. Maybe that's the one. Masjid al-Aqsa, that's in Jerusalem. That's been always threatened to be torn down. But trust me, this tells me everything. Can't really see it unless maybe I make the quality higher. That little thing right there, that's the thing that people go around within it. That's the haram. There's nothing else in the world like that. And a version of that in America is the Pentagon. There's 5 main entrances to the haram. The deen in Islam has 5 corners. Arkan means corners, not pillars. I don't know why they don't translate this when imad is pillars. So why do they have a Pentagon that was attacked there as well? Why do they have 2 towers? Why do they have a building 7? And why do they have just so many attributes of what happened then when they know for sure? They made videos already about this. Something will happen to that city. If I'm wrong, good. Nobody wants something that devastating, but clearly there's been like a lull for the past year, 1 or 2 years, distracted with Ukraine and Russia and the election. What's the deal with this? Why are Sunnis and the like convinced that the Kaaba will be destroyed? Why is there a freezing here? Why are they putting this right, in our faces? We'll destroy the Kaaba. The prophecy didn't know. And by the way, the iPad Go 2 entire video, it's like all in ice, like a flood. How the Kaaba almost overturned. This channel also believes in that. They tell you the Mahdi will be the one to do it. How the Kaaba will be destroyed for the final time. These are Muslim channels. Kaaba is destroyed in the end times. Man dismantles it. Will the Kaaba be destroyed? We'll destroy it. Destroyed brick by brick. They've already made it already. And of course, it's not the only one. But here's a hypothesis, okay? What if this does signal something crazy? And maybe they reveal the Mahdi. I'm not saying this is anything divine. I'm saying that these people have a paradigm. They have a script that they're following. And they're not going to put all of this programming and conditioning to waste. All the social engineering. Who will destroy the Kaaba before Judgment Day? Oh yeah, that's the thing, is basically the organized religion around the Quran that calls itself Islam, they actually don't acknowledge the hour whatsoever, except as a little thing in this little thing that we call the world, political stage. Interesting, that giant figure back in the ground sitting on that seat of those towers. But imagine for a second, right? Let's just say something's dropped in there and they tell you what it'll be. Let me show you guys. Stop. These fighter jets, okay, they fly over. And this is exploded. I think there is something dropped. Because remember, oh, you guys didn't see that. Shoot. Here we go. Markets plunge, war coverage. What's plunging? Is there some kind of a flood that's expected? I don't know. But these stealth fighters, I'm pretty sure they dropped something right here. And this explodes. Okay. So, but some of these organized shills for the alternative explanation to prepare people for the great shift in the dynamics of power, they will tell you that, the Mahdi will be the one that destroys the Kaaba because it's the fake one and it's the fake religion of Islam. It's not the true one. And the Mahdi will announce himself because he's the savior of this Sunni religion and the Shia one, to say the least. And he will migrate and put it in its correct place. I'm willing to bet the same will probably happen for Al-Quds, for the Al-Aqsa, and the temple for the Jews. That will also be gone and probably built somewhere else to facilitate the script that will have to happen. That will probably end up being somewhere around Ukraine and Russia. And that's why you have all the end times for the Muslims surrounds Russia. All the end times for the Christians surrounds America. I've mentioned this before, so just watch the older streams on that. Okay, so yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, the Kaaba is destroyed in Gaza every day. What does that even mean? It's almost like October 7th, and I'll show you why that's also linked to this, is a kind of gateway to prepare people for this. Okay, that's why he's referencing Gaza. Gaza means what? Gaza means fighting, warring. Okay, a Ghazi is a soldier. He's a warrior, basically. So they literally named that strip of land after a war. When the Kaaba is destroyed. These are all popular channels. And what is it destroyed by? Fire from above. They put this in the mainstream Islamic history. The Umayyads did this to the Kaaba in the beginning. That's the official story. With catapults. And they were aiming at the Kaaba. Yeah, be aware. I'm aware of that. That's the moon map theory. I'd like to put that to rest in Mecca Part 7. That theory doesn't hold any weight. It's a diversion to hide what the moon actually shows, what map that actually is. It's not of our lands. And yeah, that's probably what you're referencing, I think. Okay. Kaaba was demolished 2 times, and the 3rd time it will be uplifted. And then here we have what happens to the Kaaba in the end times 1 month ago. Okay. So let me just go back. I have some slides here, just kind of a slideshow. Oh yeah, Alex, it's going pretty well. It's a bit exhausting sometimes mentally, but it's all right. I talked about that in the beginning of the stream since you just came in. You can check that out. All right. Yeah, be aware. That map, that channel is this info. Okay, so those are not frozen lands as you know it. Okay. This is a new type of aircraft. And from what I understand, nobody has this in the world. Pay very close attention to these pictures that I have here, because sometimes pictures speak louder than words. Okay. This stealth bomber was planned for some years, and for a long time, the US, which basically makes all the technology for all the countries in the world, Israel, for Russia, for Iran, and for China, and what they do is they just pretend like these countries steal American secrets when they actually give it to them, because they can't really make as good technology as the West. So that's why the wars are fake. I mean, they're essentially engineered to massacre the populace when all the elites, all the world powers are in on it. Okay, they're trying to bring about enough bloodshed so they can have some kind of escalation in the world. But this particular one is called the B-21, and the shape of it even matches quite eerily this actual ones that bombed the mosque in IPEC Go 2. For those of you that don't know, IPEC Go is what happened in September 11th. IPEC Go 2 is a repeat of that, And that's going to happen to be determined. Let's just say that. I'll probably give you a better idea of why that could be in your lifetime. Okay. So this had its first maiden flight November 2023. November. And I think basically this aircraft has nuclear capabilities, just like the former stealth bomber that will be retired, I think. And what's interesting about this is the footage of IPEC Go2 actually shows you exactly 3, kind of like the Trinity bombs, Manhattan Project. In the whole Japan story of what happened there, they also did the bombing from planes. Okay. And Japan ties into the story of Mecca because they at least understand on some level. Japan is a very big topic to get into, but I mentioned on the other stream that the entire complex that's now called the One World Trade Center was designed by a Japanese architect after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which I don't have time to get into. But let's just look at some recent goings on in Mecca. This past year, in June, they made sure to report all kinds of deaths and tragedy and human suffering tied to the Hajj ritual. And what's interesting, the wording of this is kind of eerie in the sense that I don't know if it's on purpose or by accident, but the Times of Israel is clued into something like that. Deaths reported in Mecca as Muslims complete last Hajj ritual in extreme heat. Where did they get the idea this will be the last Hajj ritual in extreme heat? I'm of the understanding that every year there's a Hajj ritual. Maybe because of the Israel-Hamas war, it will be the last one. This one that happened in June. And it might also be the last one that's done in extreme heat because where they probably want to take the Kaaba and Mecca as a whole might be a little bit colder in that region. And I mentioned this is why, Benjamin Netanyahu talking about how we need to go back to our home in the north, to the Israelis. What do you think will happen to the Muslims? I mean, just imagine the shock and awe from that devastation. If you're a Sunni or a Shia listening, keep these things in mind so that you're not actually taken aback and your faith is not shattered completely, if it wasn't already, from the slaughter of your brothers and sisters in Gaza and Palestine and Lebanon and everywhere else in the Middle East since September 11th. Before that as well, but that's what started and escalated things. The war of terror in the region. Funny enough, if you look at the same year, this is just months before September 11th, there was a major stampede that happened with Hajj and took place during the stoning of Shaitan ritual. And one of the 3 giant pillars, okay, this is where it happened, 3 pillars, Trinity tests, 3 towers, 2 plus building 7. This happened before the actual towers, the actual pillars fell. And what I want to show is this. Okay. This image I made. You notice this right here, right? This looks very much so like a seat right now, right? But this little pentagon thing, okay, that's called the Haram complex, the Masjid al-Haram, where the Muslim Sunnis, they go and pray. They complete the Hajj and the Umrah. It's a center for gathering, congregation. That looks exactly like what you have in the pet goat video. Okay. Just think about this for a second. 2 towers, building 7. That's 3. Here, you can see pretty much some kind of representation of the same thing. I don't know why, but clearly they understand on some level what's going on and how things are supposed to be in the future. There's cartoons from the 40s that talk about towers falling out of nowhere. It's not even, doesn't make any sense. You can look it up. How are they able to predict things so far in advance that practically outlives the people that are, telling you subconsciously in the media? All of the subliminals and all of the predictive programming regarding the event on the left. What if that was the beta test for the event on the right? Think about the chain reaction that would be caused if the event on the right took place. The Islamic scholars already agree this will happen. The Shia scholars, I mean, not too keen on them, but they probably agree the same thing. So is it would it be a surprise? It will if you're tied to this illusion, the spells that they have. All the practitioners of these rituals under. Safa and Marwa, North Tower, South Tower. And remember, they tell you it was planes as well. On the vent on the left, they tell you it was planes. There were no planes, though. Okay. They have in a film from 2005 called V for Vendetta that is showing you the Quran banned in England, total fascist government in the UK, about migrants and immigrants and Muslims and all of this. Doesn't that sound like the election drama developing around the Trump presidency, prospectively? They have in that movie a clock tower blown up, and nobody would pinpoint it to Mecca whatsoever because the film takes place in London. But clearly, there's clock towers all around the world. I even show you those Illuminati cards where they have a card with a clock tower head falling down on a people fleeing called combined disasters. And there's another one with the September 11th towers, clearly made before the actual event, so they knew, that says terrorist nuke. So when you put it together, there's too many coincidences, to say the least. And remember, I told you, this is all a ritual to bring about a engineered hour. And what that will effectively do is give life to the illusions they call hadith in the Bible. So people go and literally die for these things. Okay? Fall under the trap. They fall for the lie. So when they wake up, when the actual hour starts, they think, what's this? why are we in paradise? We must have just bypassed the day of judgment. My Lord must have just put me in paradise. It's such a clever way to ensnare so many people. And they have a trap for everybody. This is a disassembling of the religions as you know it, particularly the monotheistic ones, alleged ones. And wouldn't you know, there is an actual date with the same numbers, just backwards. It's not 9/11, it's 11/9. What are the odds of that? And this is interesting, actually, an observed federal holiday since George W. Bush. It says it's supposed to commemorate the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of communist rule. Why did it start in 2001? That means it was instituted months after September 11th. So it really has to do with September 11th. November 9th. November is the 11th month of the year, officially. The 9th day. What's interesting about that is if you go by the actual names of the calendar that we have today, Sept means 7, Oct means 8, Nov means 9, December means 10. So really they're 2 months behind. Really what September 11th is 7/11. So whatever the date is not important, but you can clearly tell something is brewing there. It may even be the case that, a possibility that if Nova means 9, November, the 9th month, according to Latin, or Greek, then clearly the 11th day, to us it would look like 11/11, but actually the month is named after the 9, right? So what's the point of November 11th? November 11th is Remembrance Day. When everyone, all the sleeping masses put on their poppies to commemorate the end of the Great War. That's apparently when World War I ended. 11/11, November 11th. At the 11th hour. The 11th hour is a catchphrase for the hour. Before midnight. The clock strikes midnight. Let me show you that, actually. Yes, Alex, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm going to show you more evidence. I just want to show you guys one thing. 1 second. 11th hour. If you guys have been keeping up with the election, I know it's a drama and all that, but clearly they're really pumping out a lot of things on there. He made a speech. Here, let me just try to. Okay. He made a speech to a group called the 11th Hour Faith Leaders very recently, over a week ago. And they said all kinds of things. They're trying to promote a renaissance or revival of some kind of Christianity or biblical religion via Trump. And let me ask you something. Is it a coincidence that candidates for America, which America gives the commands in this world, right? America represents Fir'aun, represents the pharaonic culture. New World, well, everyone will say that's America. New World. Order. When you give an order, that's a command. Amrika, your command. Amrika, that's what it means in Arabic. The New World America gives the commands. So that's why the whole world pays attention when they have an election, when they go anywhere, fight anywhere in the world, it's all around them. So this 11th hour, they're talking about how Kamala is the Antichrist and how we're going to make a nation of faith, that this whole election is all about secular versus God. Let's look at this word. What does this mean? The latest possible time before it's too late. Wouldn't you know? The elites are also procrastinators. But technically, it's all by design. It's all decreed to happen as it is with Allah's qadr. That's what that means. So when you look at Kamala, what does that mean in Arabic? Kammal. Allah says He kammal the deen. Trump, what does that mean? Trump, trumpet. It comes from the word for trab, which means dust and dirt and soil. The same trab that everybody will be resurrected with the trumpet. Well, they call it a trumpet, but it's called asur. It's blown into it, and everyone rises. Qiyam is related to rising. The hour is taqumu. All the aqwam, the qawm, like all the qawms are called aqwam, they go at qiyam when the sur is blown. Yeah, thank you for joining, Shaib. Hope to catch you next time. On that note, let me just take a quick break and I'll be right back. Thank you guys for listening so much. All right. Thank you guys so much for waiting. So, what if they have been cluing us into the fact that remember, what? 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. Why is the 5th of November tied to gunpowder and treason and plot? Gunpowder is for exploding things. Why do we have a day since World War I, World War II, every year on November 11th? Remembrance, blood, poppies, sacrifice, senseless killing of innocent men and women and children, putting young men in the world to die for no reason. Their lives, I mean, imagine how many millions and millions of soldiers, young men. They want you to remember this because essentially the Qur'an is called dhikr. It's remembered. This is a process happening as we speak. But clearly, if this event triggers, by design, the symbol of what the hour is supposed to be, when the dhikr is there, it wouldn't surprise me at all if it's the 11th or the 9th of this month. This is the whole point, right? Like, if you want to warn humanity, you have to really understand what the Quran is basically screaming at, so you can decode the world around you, and then you can tell people, hey, these are my thoughts, what do you guys think? I'm hoping that maybe that delays things for them, because this is clearly engineered, right? This is not something like done organically. They engineer these things for decades, 100 years in advance. You don't warn people by holding a sign saying you're going to die. You warn people by telling them, listen, if this drastic thing happens, just don't lose your faith. Don't let that cripple your trust in Allah. Okay? So the election is tied to it. And I've mentioned this before. This is just a hypothesis. I mean, you can go any way they want. But let's just say from the slogans, we're days away, right, from them counting those votes, as if that even makes a difference. What is a slogan for the Harris campaign, right? Kamala, to make complete. Trump, to sound the trumpet, comes from the earth. They have a whole script ready. The Dajjal of the Muslims, the Antichrist for the Muslim world, is going to raise people from the dead, like Jesus Christ in the Bible. It's not something they can. It's not hard for them to fake something like that. Just like it's not hard for them to fake an alien invasion. It's not hard for them to fake all kinds of illusions and magic that people will take as signs. Ayat. Oh, this is a miracle. The Christian world will have a field day when they see the Kaaba just in flames. The Muslim world will go ballistic. All the places and corners of the West and everywhere else that they reside. You don't think there's going to be civil wars? You don't think there's going to be some kind of a massive, reaction to the results of the election, prompting some kind of an insurgency again, like on January 6th? And that's why the slogans are so telling. This one says, when we vote, we win. Who's the we? The Democrats? We vote, we win. So right off the bat, you know Kamala will win. It's already telling you they vote we win. They're so confident. The Trump one, on the other hand, is Trump will fix it. Okay? Fix what? What does it mean to fix something? Fix means to attach something, it means to repair something, but it can also mean to rig something, to fix the results of something. And that's exactly what you can expect. So, like, if you've watched The Simpsons and you know, like, for example, that if they know, for example, like there's an episode from like 2000, the year 2000, even before 9/11 even. And Lisa Simpson becomes the president, and she's wearing exactly the same clothing that Kamala Harris wears. I think it's called Bart of the Future or something like that. And the same attire that Kamala Harris has on her inauguration as vice president of the U.S. Not to mention, Lisa Simpson is only called the president-elect. She's not inaugurated, just elected. So you can imagine a scenario, a very plausible scenario, where Kamala Harris is just elected. And they can make it look very tight and very close. They already kind of foreshadow 100 to 200 votes, something like that. There's people voting in the US, they're not even like US citizens. So there's so many ways that they're trying to undermine the election to cause this tension in America. And then what's interesting is in the episode, Lisa is saying that what they inherited from the Trump presidency. Up until that time, there's been no political career of Donald Trump that when that episode was aired. How on earth did they know he was going to be campaigning in 2016? Not to mention 2020, not to mention this year. And it's just so interesting to me, like just looking at the way the world has been turned and shifted and divided and everything. That's all by design, because they will reconcile all these pieces with Gaza, with Israel, with America, with everything. They will reconcile all these little groups into one umbrella. Not to mention, there's all kinds of hints that are put out there way in advance. In this case, 2017. Look at the titles of those episodes. Look at the dates. Fall, September to November. This is the season 7 of American Horror Story. And all of these kind of companies and media franchises, they use the same color scheme, just like the shills on the internet, giving you a fake alternative to the mainstream. Red, white, and black. Red, white, and black all the time. That's directly referenced in the Quran, by the way, about the mountains of Allah. Stripes, red and white stripes, like on the American flag, and also some of them black, raven black. So all those colors are all over the posters and books and media of this same group. Think about how many logos that you can imagine, even YouTube, red, white, and black. Let's look at the episode titles from 2017. Election Night. 11/9? Doesn't that strike you as odd? Why would they have it as 11/9? I've always heard it the other way around. 9/11. Midwestern Assassin? Hey, didn't that happen twice to the presidential candidate this year in a staged event? What is this Winter of Our Discontent? That's a reference to Shakespeare. You know, there's a movie called Civil War, and it was released in April this year, around the solar eclipse, that was witnessed all over America. This might be the end of the American Republic as you know it, and the establishment of an actual kind of Roman Empire of sorts. Because remember, in Hadith, which is another script that they use, There's two Romes in Hadith. One of them, which sounds a lot like Russia, they ally with the Muslims, the Sunnis, and the Mahdi. The other one, the Mahdi's fighting. And you also have the very last episode, 11 episodes in total, strangely. Great again. Oh, I've heard of that. That's the slogan, Make America Great Again, MAGA. We'll look more into that as well. So all this stuff is out there in the open, and we don't really catch it because if you're not looking for it, then you don't know what's out there. And let me just see if I can share my screen. Okay, let's go into this here. One second here. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Okay. I want to show you this. I already told you connections with New York City. And clearly the iPad Go 2, it's not just on accident reposted by the author this year in May. Right around our northern lights covering the northern hemisphere. And one of the first scenes is you have this apple which is split into halves, okay? What's interesting about this is if you're not aware, September 11th, 2001 was a half moon. They call it a quarter. That's the phase of the moon. But that's when the moon is illuminated around 50%. Okay? The last one happened on October 24th. Do you guys know when the next one will happen? So imagine September 11th, 2001, half moon. And these people, they follow astrology all the time. I'm going to show you why that's relevant for us now. So October 24th, they literally released this on Google. This thing on Google is just called half moon. And you can see Google had this on their page. You can look it up. October 24th, half moon. They have this tarot card game where you match new moon phases or something like that. Okay. Why on earth, just randomly, is Google that everyone uses every day posting this, the last phase of the moon that had a half moon, 49% illumination, knowing full well that the next time it will be that is on November 9th, which is why this is probably the strongest candidate for the event. Are they trying to clue you in? Is that part of their kind of, way of just filling people in? They think that this is enough, that it's justified whatever happens to the world as long as they can clue people in advance. Interestingly enough, the founding of Manhattan was done by a man called Henry Hudson. And he sailed through Manhattan on September 11th. And it was a half moon as well. That was the name of his ship, actually. Imagine. They've made all this history to reflect the future. It just shows you how fabricated and doctrined the whole thing is. Obviously, don't buy into the standard explanation of our history and even our future. But these people, with their jinn collaborators, they have the full picture ready, and they're trying their best to just carry it out as much as they can. Maybe the first two attempts didn't work, but Like I said, it's better to have some context before it happens, right? Because if it doesn't, great. But if it does, then you've been warned. That's why you have these types of videos in the past couple of days. This man is literally, if you're not familiar, this Islamophobic preacher by the name of Marmari. He basically faked an attack on him, just like other people have, other shills, just like Trump did as well. And maybe this is like a rite of passage for these kinds of occult preachers, or But clearly, what is this idea? What is the point of this thumbnail? What's the point of Trump there? What's the point of the Kaaba frozen? Is there some flood or devastation happened? I don't know what this means. But this is content published days ago. And in 2001, we didn't have really a structure for the internet to show like this kind of information. YouTube didn't exist. Social media didn't exist. AI didn't exist. So imagine like if they had that back then, they'd probably give you more insight, and people would miss it only because like all of those things, those on the television in early 2000s, they put like actual things that on the airwaves that reference a plane going into a building, but you wouldn't think much about it because you never had in your imagination that something like that would happen. But they've been telling you subliminally all the way through. You just never thought. So when actually does happen, the whole world is shocked. Imagine it happens again. Why wouldn't people want to know? Here's a Michael Jackson album, which is interesting because, again, it has the same color scheme. That's always the case, with red, white, and black. So he's wearing a red suit. He's on a black and white checkerboard. Black and white checkerboard is the Freemasons love to use this. It kind of basically hints of a sacrifice on the table, right? Sacrificial rituals. For the ritual, for the people is like stick to the rituals in the Quran, which you can't even find. They actually they were made up by these people that practice rituals for their whole religion. The Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, the Zionists, all the different cults you can imagine, like Knights Templar and everything. All that stuff. These people came up with it first. And notice, this album predates 9/11. That's why you have those tall buildings in the background. You can see actually one of the towers in the foreground, the background, sorry. Blood on the dance floor. I wonder what that will happen. Because think about it. The colors of Hajj is what? Black, white. The men are in white, the women are in black. It's all designed. It's literally a ritual because it's not the real thing. The real thing, it would make sense where they got inspiration from. So when all these people like the Putin and John Kerry and all the different politicians they sold their hereafter, they go to the Arctic regions wearing red suits. Okay? It's about sacrifice. People lost loved ones on that day in September, and you have to imagine like these people serve something that's not God, clearly can never be God, but that's what they see it as. Just like the religions that are unknowingly doing pagan rituals, idolatry, doing all kinds of bizarre traditions. What God does that serve? Allah? Really? That's what people derive from the Quran, from this book. There's no way. That's clearly from a different mind. Okay. One of the epithets of New York that kind of shows its allusions to Mecca bibatni Meccatin, is that New York is called the capital of the world. The capital of the world. That means the head of the world. That's why when you see possibly, Trump and his supporters barging through the gates like barbarians of the Capitol building, it will be exactly like what you would imagine, a kind of dumbed down, ritualized version of Nabi Muhammad conquering Mecca, the capital of the actual world. Okay, this is why they LARP as Romans, because Allah calls the people in Surah 30 Arum, the Romans, whose victory will make the believers rejoice. New York is also called the center of the universe. And think about this carefully. Why would the center of the universe, Manhattan, New York, the center of that is called Times Square, related to time? And I already mentioned before World Trade Center and the whole Mecca being the trade center of the world, the trading of the world. So October 7th, what was the very first thing they referenced October 7th? Hamas goes through the gates like medieval barbarians, apparently, according to Piers Morgan and others. Events like 9/11, Israel's 9/11, Britain's 7/7. Why are they alluding these are related? And the war on terror and all this stuff. Unless this is a way for them to wrap up that whole Gaza thing that's been going on for 70 years plus and bring about the agenda. This is the shill for Russia by the name of Imran Hussein. This magnanimous shill called Imran Hussein. People give me a hard time for this obvious sellout. Okay, sorry, but he's a sellout. He actually made a book recently called The Qur'an and Russia's Destiny, and he has the kind of cardinal points on the cover with Putin on the cover. Okay, do you not see what's going on? They have it all set up for you. He's been yelling and shouting for years, Russia, Russia, and all this, and Russia will help Islam. He denies the genocides of actual Muslims that are his brothers from Chechnya and Uyghurs and everywhere else. And yet, Russia is all the attention of Islam directed towards Russia. And what's funny is that he's making another book, a taste of the new book on time. I wonder what that's referencing, Imran Hussein. Why do you have the hands pointing to 11 and 12? I wonder what that means. Is time running out? The 11th hour? The last part of time before it's too late? Is that why the clock is disintegrating? These people don't really understand what they're getting involved with, because once you sell yourself, you actually lose the capacity to understand. You become a willing slave. And the willing slave is worshipped by the masses. It's so surreal to me that at this stage in the game, if you haven't been paying attention, you're basically at a major disadvantage unless Allah has mercy on you. Because imagine what you see in the world is things becoming more obviously psychological operations to send you to hell. And at the same time, simultaneously, you see people getting actually more deluded, not less, holding stronger and harder to their delusions, that they would actually pray to a Kaaba that would be disassembled brick by brick. They would actually still pray to that. This is something that happened. And by the way, 3 of the 19 hijackers were actually born in Mecca as well. Just thought I'd put that out there. The connections are way too intricate for it to be done by a human mind solely. And there was already a siege of Mecca in the same decade that the Twin Towers were constructed. And it was done in November 20th, for 2 weeks. It's called the Great Siege of Mecca. How many people know this? But this was done by some brotherhood or something. They seized the Grand Mosque, and for 2 weeks they tried to extricate them out using the help of the French, the Saudi government at the time. And look what it says. They called for an uprising against the Saudi government and reportedly proclaimed that the Mahdi had arrived. What do you know? The incident led to widespread unrest, culminating in large-scale anti-American riots. Do you not see all of the fingerprints, all of the little points and checkboxes being checked off? The reason why there was large-scale anti-American riots throughout the Muslim world is because Khomeini falsely claimed over a radio broadcast that this insurgency had been orchestrated by none other than the United States and Israel. What do you think will be the cover story when that thing blows up, if that does happen? The little black box. What do you think will happen if that actually does happen? This is just a siege done by insurgents. Doesn't that sound like what happened on January 6th? Doesn't that sound what they're planning with the Mahdi making his big appearance? They've been talking about this Moshiach and Mahdi the whole year on these on the videos of these shills, basically. This is what the Kabbalah thing is all about, orchestrating this hour. It's like their grand finale. And it will only delude people that they can't think. They don't know what's really, like, the bigger picture. Interesting thing is there's actually let me go if you guys are still. Yeah. Oh, yeah, gematria. I mean, yeah, I have to talk about that another stream. It's a bit of a topic, not as not as relevant, but yeah, it's related to the word for geometry. And yeah, apparently you can't say that, but that's just look up the etymology of the word gematria. This picture here on the screen, this is clearly a reference to New York, okay? And this is way back. Everybody knows this who studied 9/11 and conspiracies. They made this deceptively only $9, right? There's no 11 on this because you just have the Twin Towers, which everybody grew grew to connect with New York City for decades, and the word New York. However, this year, the first episode of this current season of The Simpsons actually references this, a part 2 of this, and that's why the episode's called Bart's Birthday, because they're trying to draw excuse me, trying to draw attention to this cake that has the 11. Okay, remember, September is the 9th month officially. November is the 11th month. And if you haven't watched it, it's just called Bart's Birthday, and essentially what happens is they try to make it seem like this is the end of this, the last Simpsons episode, the series finale forever. It's been going on 30 plus years. But actually, it's just the season premiere of a new 36th season, I think. And throughout the whole thing, it's telling you how there is a AI generated reality that, in some kind of cliche way, reconciles all the plot points of the show. And there's literally a cube called Hack GPT. It's literally a cube with one eye, and hack is just a play on the word haq from truth in Arabic. And at the end, the actual thing explodes, okay, into dust on the stage, and the whole thing, it's not even the end, it's just the beginning of something else. So I just find it interesting that this season was actually we highlighted, of course, on October 19th, 2024. Simpsons creators and series finale don't want to accidentally predict another 9/11. Why would that even be a question? How could there be another one? Well, apparently, they understand like all of they understand all these things pretty well before they happen, right? It's always like that. And it's interesting too, the whole thing about gematria. Um, mm, yeah, exactly. I think they did probably build it for that, knowing, of course, that it has a it will outlive its purpose. That's pretty much like even the New York City skyline was dominated by those buildings, right, for so long. It never looked the same without it. Clearly, it's meant to be like that, right? Interesting thing as well. This hat tells you a lot because 47 is actually the campaign for Trump. And what's interesting too is if you look at 47, right? Just what surah is that in the Quran? 47 is Surah Muhammad. It comes right before Surah 48, which is Al-Fath, the conquest. And so they indirectly reference this because you never get a sense. They always speak in codes. Make America great again. What was America that in our past, in our actual Quranic history, what was that place, that realm? What did it accomplish? What did it look like that we have to make that great again? And why 47, knowing that backwards, that's 74, because obviously you read Arabic right to left. 74 is this whole 19 bogus cult around the 19 over Saqar that's already debunked in the last video and other videos as well, that they constantly reference because this is talking about the 9 portions of collective humanity that enter hell. This is just how it is. It's a set proportion. That's how it's meant to be. Essentially, they're like these Pied Pipers that are leading humanity astray, themselves being led astray by this minority from the jinns that are shayateen. So clearly, if it's any consolation, you guys are privileged with knowing why they do these things, because you don't want to be in that category that's led astray. That's a very bad place to find yourself in. And that will happen if you get tied to things like the Bible and Hadith. And of course, everything else, the modern sciences, the whole history, all of that stuff fits the category of these just playing around with Allah's discourse with us, is his report. Ahsan al-hadith. So I want to shift gears a little bit. Now that I've gone through that, and just present some other things here I think are pretty important. Because, yeah, it is kind of fun to go into the conspiracy things, expose the lies, but, we do want to also look at what does the Quran give us, shed light on the truth. So I mentioned before what's known as Rubu' al-Hizb, and I I kind of pioneered this inquiry because one day I decided to count all of the symbols of Rubu' al-Hizb in the Mus'haf, knowing very well that this Mus'haf is completely preserved as a text. So I got to 199, and you can watch the other live stream about that. But there's another picture in there, and they call it Sujud Tilawa. So they call these basically tajweed marks, recitation symbols, where after you recite these particular ayahs, you make sujud, which means you put your head on the ground. Do you think that's the case? Do you believe that story? If I came and told you, said, oh, akhi, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he did not reveal these symbols. He told you to subscribe the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He told you the Salaf and the Tabi'een and the Tabi'een, they put in these markings. So after you recite the Quran, you have to make sujood to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Do you believe that? Do you think that's the case? Why would that make any difference to the creator of the heavens and the earth and what's between them? Well, if you look at how many times it occurs exactly 15 times. Let me just enlarge that. And these are the verses. All you have to do is you take this mark. Maybe you're not familiar with what I'm talking about. If you can see if you can see right there in the top left corner, that's what it looks like. It looks like a literal doorway or like a window or that prayer niche that they have in every mosque. It's called a mihrab today. But that's something else in the Quran. That's something we don't even understand how that works. But clearly, something of the nature of some kind of arch or doorway or gateway or whatever. This is mentioned, well, it's depicted 15 times. Now, why do they associate it with sujud? Well, most of the ayahs, they do have some version of that root, sajada, in the ayah. Okay, like the first one, yasjudu lahu. And you'll notice right away, strangely, there's this line over the words. Every single time, it has some form of that root, sajada. And so they would say, yeah, so what this means is, subhanallah, this is, excuse me, after you read this, you just make sujud to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's mandatory, it's fard. Okay, so you look around, okay, see wasjudu. Okay, there's the mark there. Yasjudun. Oh, this one's missing. Where's sajda here? You guys see that? No line above the words, and it still has a symbol. I thought it's called sujud tilawa. Where's the sujud part? Where's the sajda? Where's the yasjudan, yasjudu, asjudu? It's not there. It just says khushu'an, which you could translate as humbled or whatever. Okay, I guess they fall on their chins. But it doesn't say their chins, does it? It says lil adqan. Oh, but the prophet, the God, he meant the chins, your chins. You fall on that, your faces, you prostrate. No, it doesn't say that. My chin or my beard, what they call in Arabic dhaqan or adqan, it doesn't necessitate the definite article there. And why is it plural? Um, and the weeping as well. I mean, you don't really find many of them weeping, and then you can if you want to. But what I'm getting at is it's not a consistent understanding of what's being shown there. This is a book from your Lord. It's a consistent revelation. Okay, let's look at some more. So yeah, here we go, asjudu nufur. So they can get away with this one, right? They can get away and say, okay, it's sajda, sajda. Walillahi yasjudu. There's another one. Oh, nothing here. There is exaltation, I guess, but why would Allah, if this is all about just going down on the floor every time you read these ayahs, why would He omit the action in certain places and not others? Nobody studies this stuff because they don't actually believe this is preserved from the Quran. That's the whole point. This is a test to see how many people will actually believe this to be from Allah. You know why? Something on that level demands utmost precision and explanation and perfection that we cannot fathom. And they take it as a skeleton text that's just decorated. They think it's a joke. So far, 2 of the 15 verses don't have that. Okay. And this one, we see it right here. This one, we see it right here. This one, we don't see anything. And mind you, the reason why I focus so much time and effort on translation is because that is the whole deception. Once you take away the translation and let the Quran speak for itself, they got nothing. Technically, every person that believes in the Quran and every person that doesn't believe in the Quran, what do they go with? They go with the popular translations. Don't think much of it. Don't look at what does the Arabic actually say. Why would it say something contrary to the translation when we're supposed to trust these people with such a massive task? And that that has huge ramifications, right? Because if you're exposed to the Quran and you're not doing your due diligence to at least give it its due respect, that its message is, the message it contains, you're deceiving so many people just by that. That's why this is probably the most gate-kept understanding possible, and they take it out of the spotlight entirely. That this is a book within which is every example. So far 3, nothing there. I'm going to get to and what it might mean, and then here's a 4th one. What is the point of Allah putting this symbol in these particular ayahs? 4 of them Don't mention sajda in the ayah. That's kind of inaccurate. If you were to put this concept in a book you wrote, you would make sure to do that. This clearly doesn't explain the full story. And the last one there, it just talks about Arsh al-Azim. So if you're an inquisitive mind, which the Quran clearly promotes people that think and remember and reflect and reason, you just take all the information that these ayahs bring. The last one I have there, Al-Arsh Al-Azim. La Allahu la ilaha illa hu Rabb al-Arsh al-Azim. What is that? I mentioned that theory of it. Nobody knows for sure. But the word is connected to something beyond the heavens. You can check Mecca part 6 on that as well. That's why one of them is Yabakuna, which is related to Bakka, which I believe this is where it is. It's not on earth that we know. What do these 15 symbols relate to? So I thought to myself, okay, I had a similar experience with the octagram symbol, right? Rabu al-Hizb, 199. And subhanAllah, all I had to do was make it a pair. One, take it out the number, you're left with 2 pairs of 99. And it's directly mentioned in the Quran that has to do with space. Why? Because it's a map. In the Quran, you wonder why the Quran is called the guidance. It has all the cardinal directions. It has all the realms, all the worlds, all the proportions of all of the creations of Allah. 1 to 9. That's something that, you can just reflect on that endlessly. That's why they created the 19 called. It's just to hide the proportion from the last digit to the first digit. The jinn and the ins. I talked about it at length in the last live stream. So why not do the same protocol to prove this principle is true with this symbol? So look, it's 15 times. You take one out. 14, even number. 7 and 7 with 1 in the middle. What in the Quran is associated with the number 7? A few things, least of which are the heavens. But what many people don't tell you, there's actually 7 heavens above. That's why they made the soft drink 7-Up. And 7 below. So this is why the globe lie is such a big travesty on human consciousness. Okay? Because if you don't understand that context, that you're not living on that CGI picture crafted by shayateen, you'll never understand anything. All of these deep secrets in the Quran from the unseen. The word sama has the word water in it. Sama. Water is described. What the arsh is upon. Water. Water comes down from the heavens. Not rain, water. And what's interesting, the word for rain is something else, but most of the time it's just ma, water. Think about it. What does sama mean? You might say heaven. Okay, so samawat is heavens. Did you know that the word firmament was always the word for heaven? And there's many of them because it's plural in the Quran. So in an Arabic dictionary, you can find the same word, firmament. They're telling you this thing is established. It can't be moved and swayed. And then you just say, okay, well, why don't you just dig underneath and go to the heavens? They have to end somewhere. If it's a dome, well, you can't do that because underneath there's 7 as well. Remember how that octagram sign was about this plane? This sign is about this plane, above and below, X, Y, and Z. So there's 7 below as well. There's actually an ayah in the Quran I can show you. It doesn't say as what it usually says in the Quran, which is sab'a samawat, 7 firmaments. It doesn't say that. It says as-samawati as-sibi'i. What is that word? It's related to the number 7, but it's the way that's ordered is strange. What is as-sibi'i? Throughout our history, we are told our ancestors understood the heavens are a sphere. Even today, the astronomers call the celestial realm spheres, heavenly spheres, that the 7 planets, classical planets, go through. That means domes above, domes below. 7 plus 7. Okay, so what's the one that makes 15? Has to be in the middle. The middle, the center, is the most important place in the creation. Especially for us. We are made as a central ummah. So now the question is, why does that picture look like that? What do the heavens have? Abwab. They have gates. Jahannam has 7 gates. Jannah, the samawat, have 7 heavens. The heavens themselves, the heaven has gates. And what's interesting is, as-sama is the primordial form before Allah. At some point, He split them into 7 degrees. He took the sama and made them 7 within 2 days. So that means that these pictures look like doors because they are doors. They're not only doors, they're actually keyholes. Have you ever seen a keyhole? Let me show you. Does this not look like the arch in Islamic architecture? Does that not look like the sujood tilawah? There's no study on this at all because they don't believe this is from the Creator. Unfortunately, the reciters of the Quran that make kufr upon the Quran by saying all of the things in there in the Mus'haf is not preserved, barely anything. If you were to strip away right now all the things they believe is not from Allah, you would have nothing left, pretty much nothing. So that's why they want the Quran of the future to be like the Talmud and the Torah. Those have nothing to do with At-Tawrat, let alone Al-Injil, let alone Al-Quran. What you see is they were pushing this oral Quran so much, so hard, even though the Quran is called a kitab, something you read, which means it's written. It's a record, recorded, inscribed for reading, perusing. You can't transfer all the information in this book orally. You can't. It's not designed. The Prophet I should call him a Nabi. The Nabi came with a book, some kind of manifestation of a kitab. And it has analogous features to what we have today. They don't even believe that. They believe that the prophet was just reciting things with no evidence that he comes with authority. That's what ar-rasul means. Somebody that comes in authority. It's not a guy on the street holding a sign in the middle of whatever. It's a rasul. He's an emissary of Allah. That's what ar-rasul means. Rasul, Allah, ar-rasul. He's appointed by the Creator to carry out a task unimaginable proportions. So of course he's going to have the evidence in front of him. This is from my Lord. Opens it up, teaches the people, and they speak the language too. It's just not just the Arabian Peninsula language. This is the language of the world. And it will be the language of the world again. Basically, it has to make sense, everything. Once you go down the rabbit hole, you only find the light when you admit to yourself, this has to be the truth. Nothing compares. The whole truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth. Or you can just speculate until you're dead. What's the big conspiracy? It's right here. It's always been there. It's such a humble manifestation of the truth, really. It's just a simple book, you know. It doesn't even have a catchy title like the most amazing refutation comprehensive book on everything. No. It's just called the Qur'an. The reading, the perusal. That's it. The thing to be read. We really underestimate what Allah is capable of. So I'm sure one day, I don't have the time at the moment, but all of these symbols will get their due respect that they always had. It's just nobody realized. Nobody actually thought to themselves, why would this be in here? Just as a little place marker for people to do gymnastics? No. It's cluing you in to stories in there. And I'm going to show you what I mean. Okay. Inna alladhina. This is Surah 7, Ayah 40. Inna alladhina كذبوا بآياتنا واستكبروا عنها لا تفتح لهم أبواب السماء ولا يدخلون الجنة حتى يلج الجمل في سم الخياط وكذلك نجزي المجرمين. That's the whole ayah. This idea is nothing new. Everybody understood there are gates to the heaven. Now, what's interesting about this, Allah talks about the abwab being opened. And this is the entire sama. That includes all of those 14 doors. What is the thing that opens a door? It's called the key, right? Because Allah is talking and saying, تُفَتَّحُ لَهُمْ أَبْوَابَ السَّمَاءِ. Do you know that the word for keys, sorry Rashad Khalifa, the word for key is not fatiha, that means conqueror. The word for key is miftah. Or in the Quran, it's plural, mafatih, keys of the unseen. Well, maybe those are keyholes as well as doors. With Allah are the keys of the unseen, the ghaib. And so he opens this because Allah is called Al-Fattah. It's a little bit different than conqueror. Fatih, Fattah. There's a shadda on there. Makes it even more intense. The opener. So, opening of these doors of the entirety of the Sama is related to passing through Jannah. That's what it says. Jannah is not this metaphysical, metaphorical, experiential place. It's a real place. You enter through it. And what's interesting is here, they actually try to reference the Bible. Because the Bible in the New Testament, the gossips of the Gospels, they say that apparently Jesus, the imposter Jesus, Yeshua, which is not Isa whatsoever, he says in the text, a rich man will enter heaven, paradise, the same way a camel goes through the eye of the needle. This parable is basically meant to highlight if you're rich, you cannot actually inherit the kingdom of God because you have to give up all your wealth and all your finances. It preaches poverty gospel. That's what people get from it. It basically turns you into a communist slave. However, some Christians are a bit more keen on that, and they interpret that, which is still wrong by the fact, but from the secular history approach, they interpret that as meaning a camel that has to enter one of the gates of the, architectural theme park called Jerusalem today, Al-Quds, kneeling, prostrating, as if to humble the person. So the explanation for this is that one of the gates of Jerusalem was apparently called the Needle. I don't endorse this idea, by the way, but it's just meant to highlight something in the Quran of an actual story that might have some merit to study. So what they tell you is that back in the day, in the Stone Age, 2,000 years ago, the Lord Jesus Christ was walking the earth, preaching the gospel. They had lots of thieves that would come in and steal and enter the city of Jerusalem that had walls, apparently, and they take all their wares, and it was a big crime. It was a big travesty. So what happened was, one gate was called the Needle, and it's a very thin, they'll take you on a tour if you go to Israel today. It's a very thin, narrow passage, and they keep the gate down halfway. So the camel, if you're a merchant selling your wares in the city, you have to actually bend down and you have to go and crawl with your camel on all fours to stop any thieves from just taking advantage. This is their explanation from them. So it just means somebody that's humbled going through the gate of Jerusalem, the eye of the needle. That's what the gate is apparently called. And Christians don't like that usually. They want to feel like, hey, I'm praising the Lord every day. I'm anti-materialist. I give up all my things in the cause of God. It doesn't make any sense. Either story. So that's where they get this idea, and that's why they translate this so badly. Because they want the Bible to affect the Quran's understanding. Until passes the Jamal. Which camel is that? I guess it could be any camel to these people. In Semmin Khayat. So this khayat is related to the word khayto for thread. Can't really tell you what khayat means at this stage, but I can tell you what semmi means. It definitely does not mean eye. In Arabic today, they usually use the word for eye, ain. And in the Quran, it's usually plural, a'yunahum, a'yun, not uyun for springs. That takes a little bit of study to really pinpoint what's springs and what's eyes to be consistent, because they never do that. Samum is not simply scorching or scorching fire. It's a noun. It's a place. Doesn't that sound like the word for sama, samawat? Samum. These would be the infernal regions, and they mirror the heavens above. So clearly there's a path to al-jahim, that the deluded ones, the ones who lie and deny the ayat, they pass through this. And this is how Allah recompenses and rewards the mujrimeen, the criminals. For them, from Jahannam is a mihad, and coverings from above them. That's how they recompense the zalimin. Where you really see this story unfold, something of this nature, is with Bani Israel. Allah tells them, they come upon this city. قُلْنَا أُدْخُلُوا هَذِهِ الْقَرْيَةَ فَكُلُوا مِنْهَا حَيْثُ شِئْتُمْ رَغَدًا وَادْخُلُوا الْبَابَ سُجَّدًا وَقُولُوا حِطَّةٌ نَغْفِرْ لَكُمْ خَطَايَاكُمْ وَسَنَزِيدُ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. And Allah talks about how they changed the speech to something other than that which was said and was sent down upon. This is interesting because this is in Surah 2, Ayah 58, and it literally talks about that phrase, sujjadan. That's related to the words in, I think, 12, exactly 12, of those 15 ayahs that have that sujud tilawa, have this root in there, sajda, asjudu, yasjudu. And it has the word for gate there, and it's one singular one, that's al-bab. So that's probably the one in the center, unlocks all the other doors around it. Isn't it kind of cool how the knowledge of this book surpasses anything we could even imagine? Which brings me to this. This is Surah Al-Fatiha. Okay? This is related to the word fattah, for opening. It's not the opening. That's Fatiha. There's a shadda on the ta. Fatiha. No shadda. That's about conquest, conquering. And they never want to show that, because what that would reveal actually is that there is a conquest of this particular place in question. The opening to Jannah. And strangely enough, it just occurred to me, if you're to put all of the opening logos for every Disney movie since the 80s, they show you this place actually. And over the years, as we draw closer to the hour, they have been more explicit, more and more explicit. I've already mentioned on past streams about this, what that place actually is, the Magic Kingdom. There's a dome around it, and they've given you more information where that is, the rivers and what have you. Even the Simpsons have a dome around the Springfield, which is a field of springs, Jannah. So opening the bab, the gate, and maybe that could be why the Mus'haf has this line over those words for sajida. It's like you're crawling underneath, getting in there. Can't really explain sajda, sajud. They say sajda and sajud both mean prostration, which is ridiculous. But clearly, there has to be some reason why we preserve this today in that way. So, what I want to introduce here is a bit radical, but think to yourself, why do you recite Surah Al-Fatiha so many times a day if you're a Sunni or a Shia or Sufi or whatever? Why? And who is speaking here? There's apparently some debate if this is even part of the Quran or not. I've literally showed you that there's no way. You'd have to be severely low faith to even consider Surah Al-Fatiha is not part of the surahs of the Quran, 114 of them. And they say it's just some kind of prayer, like Hamza Abdul Malik, I think he's the one, who likes to have a lot of red, white, and black imagery on his thumbnails for some reason. He says this is a prayer. A lot of Sunni scholars, they say they do not sure is the Bismillah part of the ayahs of a Surah Al-Fatiha. Is it just supposed to be just the preamble to the surah like the other ones? They're not sure why Surah 9 doesn't have it. I'll tell you. And this might be a bit shocking to you, but you have to realize the proportion of souls that believe. Okay? Who occupies most of the category believers? Humans or jinns? If you watch this channel, you'll know that undoubtedly the jinns outweigh any hope of humans being the top spot for most believers. 9-1. And that's fine, because that's how Allah made it. He made it. The humans are actually, in a way, this is actually very interesting, but the humans that are believers right now, that truly believe every word of this book during the hour, they'll recognize all of the tests. I'll show you maybe one of them if we have time. The special thing for a human to be is actually a believer, a follower of Millat Ibrahim, believer in the unseen that this Quran makes available, in the last day, in Allah, the angels, the Rasul. It sets you apart from everything else, that all the other humans, will get to that. But clearly the jinns, way more of them than us. Uncountable, unfathomable amount of jinns. We just don't see them. That's why they're called jinns. We will, though. We will see them one day. But what do you think their manner of speaking is like, usually? Well, Allah has two stories in the Quran where the jinns, and nafaran from them, they do speak, and they always speak in plural. Ya qawmana, sami'na. They're hearing everything. They're very good listeners. They hear way more sensitively than any of us could dream of. And they always speak as a collective. They are a collective. They naturally just have this way of life in their world. Most of them. And that's what makes them believers. They follow what Allah made of the deen, no change in it, the natural way that He created them as. They follow that mostly. Humans, on the other hand, mostly don't. And I'll explain exactly why. But clearly, this is from the perspective of some servants of Allah, right? So look what it says. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Everybody knows this. You get down, and you get down here all the way. Here we go. This is what I want to show. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. Technically, there are humans in the Quran that do speak in plural. It's interesting to say the least. It's still under study, but I just wanted to introduce this idea as a concept when you read the Quran yourself. Usually, what I've seen is when humans speak in plural, it's always two people. For example, first people, Adam and his soulmate, Zawj. They speak in plural. Us, we, when they're asking for Allah to forgive them. Other example is Musa and Harun. Musa and Harun, one of them speaks, Musa does the speaking. He says, help us with Fir'aun and all this. But there's two people there. And that makes sense. When you think about it, you have one person and another person. Technically, you could reliably say the same thing, or one person speaks for the other, and that would make perfect sense for humanity. This, however, no indication whatsoever. It's general. And it's present tense. It's ongoing. Remember, we're not alone. This is part of the disclosure, by the way. They use that for alien invasions and stuff. We're not alone in the world, in this realm. We have neighbors across, just out all the way north. Neighbors, and they've been here way longer than us, and they know they're Muslims, largely Muslims, and they are collective. They speak this way. So when you see in the Quran, we are of the Muslims, we serve you, O our Lord, we are humble to you, direct us, do us, we. Don't just think that's humans talking. Most of the believers, like I mentioned, are jinns. They speak this way all the time. This is their natural way of speaking. Sometimes it's not even clear if they use their mouths to speak. Sometimes it seems like it's telepathic. They just thought. And I'm going to show you this because the first and the last surahs highlight what's going on. At the end, and this is something I've mentioned, right? As-sirat al-mustaqim is regarding Bani Israel. They're named after it. The Isra from al-Masjid al-Haram to al-Masjid al-Aqsa, Israel. That's all the human messengers from that species of humanity. Believing ones. It's very possible the massive collective of believing jinns are referencing this. And they know that their messengers are from Bani Israel as well. I covered the story of Yunus on live stream 4, where he goes and they're the only civilization people that believed entirely. And you can watch that if you want more information on that. Sirat al-ladhina an'amta alayhim seals the deal. They're referencing Bani Israel. Bani Israel are a major part of the story because they're in the middle of humanity. They have a huge role to play. They have in the past, they will during the hour. They're descended from a son of Adam that has so many blessings, favors, provision upon them that other humans like Ad and Thamud don't get. And the jinns are accurate in showing that not of your wrath, not of those astray. So that means only the believing ones from Bani Israel is who this path belongs to. That's what it's for. Pay close attention to this part of the stream because it could make the difference between what category you will be in the end, whether in this life or during the hour, because it's not entirely up to us, but at the same time, if this information is being made public, there has to be some reason for it. I'm not doing this from my whims and desires. There has to be some kind of like larger picture to it all. Okay. You are created as a human being, specifically from Bani Israel, Israel being a son of Adam. I mentioned this in the other live streams. You can watch them if you want. You're created as a human being to be exactly that, a human being, not a jinn. What you observe in the world today is the entire system crafted by a group of jinns to teach you to be exactly not that. So that means conforming, that means just completely believing everything, seeing yourself, acknowledging your identity on something that's not real, that you could never be. Basically turning it into a trans jinn, in essence. So the reason why Iblis, may Allah curse him and destroy him, the reason why his plot is so weak is because he just took what works for his cousins in the jinn world and he transferred it onto us because we don't know any better. We're completely devoid of any context in this life, orphaned. So if you figure that out, then you realize that's why everything is fundamentally against who you are. When you go to the mosque, when you go to the church, when you go to the synagogue, you go to the temple, whatever, when you research science and what science spits out and tells you, when you read anything you can think of, they're trying to isolate you away from your humanity or make you conform to a group or some label you could never live up to. They have you unknowingly or knowingly participating, thinking you're like a jinn, part of this collective all the time, when really humanity is comprised of individuals at the end of the day. Here's the problem. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's in the Qur'an. I mentioned this before in the live stream 4. We have companion devils. We can't see them. We can only acknowledge their existence according to the Quran. They're trying to lead you to hell. This is understood even by Sunnis and Shias. Well, mainly Sunnis, because Shias basically kind of focus on imams all day. So these creatures have a network that they create a collective net for the souls that listen to their whispers, thinking that's their conscience or something. Sometimes they think it's God talking to them. Sometimes they think it's Jesus or whatever. It's just whispers. And so in a way, humans are really fascinating because they're not actually isolated from the influence of the jinn world. And it's made to be that way. During the hour, you'll actually see them because nothing will be hidden anymore. So they have a contingency plan in place to make you literally, like the Quran says, follow them into hell. People followed their fathers, they followed their devils, and so forth. So let's look at Surah 114 because it ties directly into that. Now remember, the first surah is called Al-Fatiha. I just told you that it would apply to mainly from the perspective of the majority of believers who are jinns, saying, Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. And they reference Bani Israel. They're allies in this struggle against this pathetic worm called Iblis. Because Bani Israel have a huge, huge contribution, despite their numbers being smaller and the believers being isolated. These messengers they moved mountains figuratively, but probably truly, maybe even literally, to bring about this story. It's an amazing story in the Quran. This surah is the last one, and it's such an amazing thing that this is the last, because Allah says He's the awwal and the akhir. This is amazing too, because al-ula is comprised of al-awwaleen. And if you haven't caught on, the awwaleen essentially describes in the larger picture the jinns. They came here first. They had two gardens. They had so much power. And then humans are created to bring about the akhirah. That's why they're referred to as akhirin. On every level, this pattern is true. That's why majority of humanity, it's just such a perfect mirror. The symmetry of the Quran is unparalleled. Annas. Who are Annas? They would love you to believe. Annas is mankind collectively. Wrong. I'm going to tell you why it's wrong. I'm going to show you why. And when you read the Quran, every time you come across that word Annas, keep in mind this is talking about majority of humanity. By and large, that's what it's referencing, not all of humanity. So, قل أعوذ برب الناس. أعوذ. This is singular. Surah Al-Fatiha, it's plural. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. Here, قل أعوذ. Singular first person. This is from the perspective of human believers. It's so amazing to me. I just makes you shiver sometimes. Get the chills reading this. برب الناس. So, Surah An-Nas is referencing the humans sent to hell from the perspective of the humans in Jannah. You've never probably heard of this interpretation in your life, but trust me, it tracks. This is why Allah starts this beautiful, essentially it's a dua, because He's saying to say this. It's a dialogue the believers say. Every believer individually. أعوذ برب الناس, the Lord of the masses. Malik الناس, their sovereign. إله الناس. Why is it that order? You have Maliki Yawm ad-Din. Ad-Din, that's the judgment. This is directed towards them because these people never distinguished in their lifetime Allah from what they were serving. Ilaha, Malik, Rabb. They don't have that. They have Alihat, gods, or whatever you want to call it, plural. They follow something else, some other kind of mulk or malik in the world, and they follow a different Rabb or Arbab, different lords. Interesting. This word Anas is in almost every ayah of the surah for a reason. Rabb An-Nas, Malik An-Nas, Ilah An-Nas, Min Sharr Al-Waswasi. Who is the whisperer? Everyone will agree it's Iblis. The coward snake Iblis. Al-Khannas. And look what it says here. الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس. Only nas. من الجنة والناس. Your Lord and my Lord ends the Quran with those two parties, al-jinnati wan-nas. Those two parties, if you're not aware, are the enemies of my Lord and your Lord. Why? One of them does the kafir role of the kafirin. You know, Iblis, Shaitan was from the kafirin. The other one does the mushrikeen role. The animals getting down and bowing and prostrating and basically being fleeced by this master deceiver, Iblis. Al-jinnati wan-nas only arises because those particular jinn, notice it's not just jinn, that's not specific enough. Allah calls them al-jinnati. They're a category of them that contribute to most of humanity entering hell. This is what hell is filled with, those two things. That's why they go together. Notice that most of the time they can't distinguish between the word jinnati as madness and jinnati as a jinn. I'm here to tell you it is exactly what you think it is. It is the method by which somebody becomes a vessel for these unseen conspirators and creatures called shayateen. At the end of the stream, I'll show you a kind of proportion of how things look on the ground. But right now, all you need to understand is that the explanation that the Creator gives for madness, possession, mental illness, OCD, everything, obsessions, compulsions, saying about Allah which you do not know, fahisha, as-saw, violence and evil, are these particular creatures which are a minority from the collection of all the jinns that exist. So whenever it's the Nabi Muhammad is accused of being possessed or being a poet, this is the word that's thrown around. Whenever Allah talks about the souls in hell, this is the word from the jinn component. And the word from the human component is an-nas. So it may not be apparent to you now, but this unseen phenomenon is very real. And it's very dangerous because it literally cripples most of all the humans. 9/10 of them are subject to this at the end of the day. That's just how it is. All of the blessings that humanity gets is equalized, to make it fair, with this harsh, it's not really harsh, but in the beginning it's hard to swallow. But it will be proven to be true. Humans, majority, they just don't get the point of what their existence is about. Isn't it interesting how similar the word NASA is to the space agency called NASA? Has a little forked tongue on its logo, and it pushes the entire deception that swindles most of humanity, which is the globe and the heliocentric model, which is about sun worship, which is exactly how Ibrahim's people serve their gods, through the sun. When you see this word in the Quran, notice they can't make up their mind between is it people or is it mankind? It can be both. And how could an-nas fill hell if that's all of mankind? I get it. It says from the jinnati and an-nas. But the way you can read that is majority, that's what you see. This word anas does not get a good treatment throughout the Quran or whatsoever. Let me show you why. I guess I should show you what these ayahs show here. Jinnati. Do they not give thought? There is in their companion no madness. No, the word is min jinnatan. Jinnatin. The reason why it says min is because most of these particular jinns are shayateen. So Allah is completely accurate the way He frames things. Except whom your Lord has given mercy, and for that He created them. But the word of your Lord is to be fulfilled. Okay? وَتَمَّتْ كَلِمَةُ رَبِّكَ. He's filling Jahannam from al-jinnati wan-nas. And look at the word here. Ajma'een. Ajma'een. All together, all of them. If that word means mankind, how could it possibly be all of them? All the, Nabiyeen and Rusul and their followers of humans? No. Unless this word means something else. Ever wonder what you called most of humanity? Usually we say the masses. But in Arabic we call that anas. Slight variation, but this is what they're called. Masses and masses and so many of them. There are entire nations entering hell from the past till today because it covers the whole of human history. Nations of them. It's a long line to hell. And the road is very wide to go there. In crowds they're driven. Why? This is the word that's mentioned here. You'll notice too that anas, when you see how they talk like a collective. And this is very odd because humans are not made like that. Musa, he says, my Lord. Zechariah, my Lord. Usually this is the case. That's normal. The jinns, the believing ones, for them it's normal to say in a pluralistic way, oh, our people. The prophets never say, my people. They say, oh, people. And that's very accurate because during the hour, they're going to be talking to people they've never met. If it hasn't occurred to you, because the hour starts with the qiyamah, the horn is blown the first time, and ends with the last blowing, the latter blowing, when the akhirah is signaled. That means the Quran doesn't just cover history, what happened in history. It covers what happens exclusively during that time, which determines everything for eternity where people end up. That's profound. That means nobody could possibly make a story like that because everything that happened in our true history is actually just a sign of what happens during the hour. So, for example, Adam and his Zawj, they have all the events in that story, but then there are pieces added in the Quran that only could happen in the hour. Couldn't happen back then because they're the only humans on earth. So whatever happened in history will happen again, plus the contribution of all of humanity being resurrected. You'll see Adam in that Jannah. You'll see your forms different. You'll see everything different. It'll be unlike anything you can imagine. And this is like, nobody wants to talk about this. This trumps any understanding that we can even ascribe to the Quran. Because it's taking it to its inevitable conclusion. Jinnati wan nas. He is not but a man possessed with madness. The word there, jinnatun. It's a jinn, a type of jinn that causes this effect. Do they say in him is a jinn? By him is a jinn? If we had willed, we could have given every soul its guidance, but the word from me will come into effect. I will surely fill hell with them, with al-jinnati wan nas altogether. It goes on and on. So there's different words for these creatures, and it's all based on where they are at the end of the day. At the end, the conclusion of the dunya, where do they stand with their Lord? An-nas. Look at the very first mention of this word, okay? And by the way, Quran corpus doesn't actually put this in the correct category for the roots. And of the people, from Anas, it's not just the people, that could be qawm, nation is ummah. They're not specific on purpose, so they can blur the lines of what the Quran says accurately. And from Anas, the masses, okay, are some who say, we believe in Allah in the last day, but they're not believers. Full stop. That's what the ayah introduces. It associates this word with something equivocally bad. A few ayahs down. When it is said to them, Amana kama amana an-nas. What's their response? By the way, munafiqun are the epitome of what an-nas is, because they say they do this, but they do something else. Hypocrisy, right? And again, it's always plural. قالوا. Should we believe as the foolish have believed? So this is the interesting thing, is the messengers and the believers essentially put a mirror to these people. Okay? And they say, okay, this believe as the masses believe. The interesting thing about this ayah is it exposes that the masses do not even perceive them as themselves as this. They think they're saved. They think they're doing the right thing. They're deluded. Even now you can observe this, especially now. But during the hour, it'll be plain as day, plain as night, I should say. Unquestionably, Allah tells you right there, it is they who are of the foolish, but they know not. Do you know who else is called foolish in the Quran? Take a wild guess. The jinn instruct us. Iblis, who says against Allah, Shaitan, where the word shaitan comes from. They call him our foolish one. That's what these people follow. One jinnati called Shaitan and his little descendants. He had so many descendants, they affect every human. That's who An-Nas follows. This word is used all throughout the Quran. All throughout the Quran. Allah is saying from An-Nas is this type of person. From An-Nas is this type of person. He's giving you all their attributes. All you have to do is take every mention of An-Nas, put those attributes in a list. That will explain every type of person that goes to hell. You understand now? This is what the human test is about. If you're not authentic to who you are, if you don't serve the one who created you exclusively, you're toast. Quite literally, you're toast. So I can go on and on about this point. But I want to draw back on this story I opened in the last stream or the stream before. The story of Saba doesn't get a lot of attention because they just say, there's a place in Africa, some queen lived and she wooed, Suleiman wooed her or something. No. Quran doesn't deal with history that we could come up with. It tells you the truth that will become essential for you, your guide to the truth, to the home of the hereafter, if you understand it. I'm only sharing this knowledge because it has that much value to me that it can't simply just reside with like secretly like that, because that's what the people behind the scenes do. They just covet all this stuff that they don't even understand it. Technically, they sever their hearts, greedily pursuing knowledge, cheating on the test through magic and rituals. They do way more rituals than any of these biblical Quranists do. And what's so interesting is that they actually need hadith. They rely on hadith. They can't even understand the Quran. Like they're so possessed and they have such a disease in their hearts that they can do this to humanity and still think and justify it like this is right. Think about this. You watching, reading the Quran, learning at your pace, asking your Lord to guide you, you're actually better than the most privileged quote unquote elites in the world, because Allah knows those people they're manure, they're nothing. In the end, they're nothing. They're below, they're scorching and in humiliation for eternity because they cheated. And you'll see in the world like how this plays out. But anyway, I mentioned that Saba is a civilization of jinns. The civilization of jinns, which are a lot like us. They're the closest in their actions and their way of life to us. That's a problem because for their world, they're not supposed to be like that. They're supposed to conform with their collective. They're a collective, right? But somewhere down the line, this civilization formed. And this is the only time in the Quran you have a female running the show because they are a hive. They still have a hive mentality. They're jinns. They're not like us. But for some reason, they're lone actors. Like they have more of an individuality than the remaining believing jinns. Some of these people, the jinns are called a people, a qawm as well, right? So that's why I call them a people. They do believe. They are Muslims. However, most of them do not. And that's why they're destroyed. These are the only population of jinns we know from the Quran that are destroyed. They're not African people. They're not Ethiopians. They're not Carthaginians or whatever. They're not Yemenis. They're jinns. So, the queen of the hive, she runs the show. Okay? And you can tell she's a female because the word malika is used and qalat, which is feminine. And she speaks singular. Like Shaitan, he's a jinn that speaks singular as well. They're from the same culture. I already showed that Iblis is mentioned with Saba in Surah 34. But this one is so cool because this shows the exchange between Suleiman, the leader of mankind at that time, and this Queen of Saba. It's like every hive, the insects are like a great example to approximate what the jinn are like. They have ranks, they have duties and tasks, they have abilities, they're all connected, they have a hive mind consciousness, and they're run by a queen. So Suleiman gives her a kitab. I don't know how he delivers it, but he uses this bird called a hudud to do it, which is related to the word for guidance. And what's interesting is this word doesn't mean letter. It's literally a record or a book. A letter would be like risala or something else. And it's called Kareem. Every Quran in the world has that word on the cover in Arabic. Al-Quran al-Kareem. That gives you a sense of what kind of people that book is meant for. The noble ones. indeed from Sulaiman. And it starts exactly like the Quran you're aware of. This is so interesting and kind of proves my point. The only other time the phrase Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim is used in the Quran, it's recited by a female jinn. That tells you the other ayah that starts the Quran is from the perspective of jinns, because they have a collective consciousness. So, this is assumed to be part of a letter. I just told you it's a kitab. How could it be a letter? A kitab, the same kitab that we have books and records and kutub that we're supposed to believe in. She just continues talking. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. This is part of the revelation. Allah ta'lu alayya wa atuni muslimin. Then it says, qalat. That's how you know she stopped talking, reading the book. Now she's speaking in her words. This is a quotation from a former scripture. This former book is from the unseen. It's even given to jinns. If people want to think the Torah and the Injil is right now in the Bible or anywhere in our world, think again. The Quran deals with the unseen. It solves the problem. People have been looking, where's the Torah? Where's the Injil? Oh, it's just corrupted in the Bible. We're going to piece it together. Can't do that. Not even close. The Bible's garbage. Hadith garbage. And all they did is they used elements of the truth to captivate people with weak faith. Nothing to do with the Quran, nothing to do with Allah. This is a book referenced by the Quran. Quran is ahsan al-hadith. So that's the best of Allah's discourse, called al-hadith. That's a good word to have, actually. That's why they bastardize that word for their little books and their little libraries of nonsense. Slander against Allah and the Prophet, the Nabi. Al-hadith probably comprises 7 books. Remember, this is a Semitic language that came from the sama' above. So, of course, 7 samawat, they come down. It was sent down every time. They try to say revealed a lot of times, but anzala, come down, lands down here. So that's probably why they have this idea in the mindset of Muslims that there's 7 qira'at. This Quran, definitely one of them. The qira'at are a hoax. I've showed that on the channel as well. There's no way the Quran can have different readings. Quran is one book. So what are those? Where did they get this idea of 7 qira'at? Well, in the Quran, it references quotes from the other books. It takes literally the best of the qasas, stories of what happened. Because those books are in the ula. Allah calls them as-suhuf al-ula. We're in the ula right now. But this Quran really shines during the hour. Al-hayat ad-dunya. It applies to everyone. Seals everything that happened in those books. It's amazing. People don't even fathom what they're holding. And we will see those books again because they're referenced. Al-Qur'an al-Hakim. Al-Qur'an al-Majid. What's the other one? Al-Qur'an al-Azim. And Sab'a min al-Mathani. That's not Surah Al-Fatiha. Doesn't say ayat in there. So anyway, look at what they say. And interesting is saying that Allah is directly addressing this particular jinn culture of Saba because the majority of them become shayateen. Most of them followed Iblis, literally, his dhann, assumptions. And that's why they're destroyed. And now we have this recycling going on, just like before, Pharaoh get destroyed, blah, blah, blah. It comes back. So this message for them is telling them, come to me, Muslims. Don't exalt yourselves. You're no better. That's what they were doing. And they're clearly a military people, jinn nation, because she says, give me some counsel in my command. Okay? She's speaking first person, singular, because this is pretty much the exaltation. The jinns are not necessarily supposed to do that. Just like the humans are not supposed to speak as a collective. That's possession. So, what do? They said, نحن أولو قوة وأولو بأس شديد. If you look at that phrase, this is who the Nabi in Surah 48 is told to fight. Allah says, you will fight those of great military might. That's what it says right there. Bani Israel, the believers from them, and probably other humans as well, but mainly them, their big test at the end, the last level of the hour, is fighting these people. And it's been done before many times. Ba'sin shadid is used for iron. Surah 57. Al-hadid, within it, is ba'sin shadid. The wood he crafted and molded with iron. This actually represents Junud Iblis, because they're militaristic. That's why our world is like this. They see the world and they want to dominate it. They're out for it, world domination, these aliens. And we don't have a clue. We don't even know we're invaded. We are. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you guys for sticking around. It's getting kind of late here, so I'll try my best to wrap it up as much as I can. So, this story is so important to really understand what it's actually talking about, because these are the invaders. And if you don't think that there's a conspiracy that's anti-human, literally, think again. What we're talking about here is a distribution of particular jinns screwing around because they're allowed to. This is part of the test with us. Unknowing, unconscious humans. Let me show you this ayah, and you tell me, does this sound like humans or does this sound like something else? Okay. So, this is from the last two ayahs of Surah Al-Baqarah. One of the most favorite ayahs that I used to read all the time to just cut to the chase, get to memorizing it so I can be a hafiz. And no, that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to look and think critically about why Allah chose every single word in that sequence the way He did. So let's go through this and just think about what I've been saying. How do jinns speak versus how do humans speak? Okay. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله. Here's an interesting symbol that deserves some kind of analysis. وقالوا سمعنا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. That's the second last ayah of Surah Al-Baqarah, the longest surah in the Qur'an. Who are the beings that need to hear solely? Jinn. The answer is jinn. On two occasions, when the jinn listen in on the Qur'an, what do they say? We have heard Qur'anan ajaban. What that means is these beings don't need to read. They probably don't read text like us, like we would have to use Arabic to read. For them, it's so different. They just hear. You know, like the film, the thriller film, A Quiet Place, where the satanic angel kind of aliens, all they do is hear, and then they destroy anything that they hear. They have such sensitive hearing, so all the humans have to be very quiet. Same idea. They took this from the Quran. سمعنا وأطعنا. That's done together. They obey by hearing, and they hear to obey. It goes on further. غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير. Have you ever wondered why the scholars, in their infinite wisdom, have gotten you to say du'as all day long? Most of the time, they're not even from the Quran. At least if they're from the Quran, okay, fine. But most of the time, they're not. One, for example, when you answer the call of nature, you enter the hammam, the bathroom, they teach you to say, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-khubthi wal-khuba'ith. Basically, you're seeking refuge with Allahumma, personally, from the filthy masculine and female jinns. Because apparently all the Sunnis Islam knows about jinns is that they're like some little, you know, like pesky pests that you find around the foul areas like garbages, and when night falls they unscrew, if you have any open containers they just nibble away while you're sleeping. This is such a mockery of what the Quran actually reveals. And so one of the things they say at the end, so you enter with your left foot in the bathroom, you say that dua, Allahumma inni a'udhuka min al-khubuthi wal khabath. Then when you're done, you do all your washing, you get your wudu on, your voodoo, you wash with your voodoo ritual. And then you exit on the right foot saying that exact thing I just mentioned. Ghufranak. The jinn's existence is totally different than ours in every way you can imagine. Only thing we have in common is we have the same story. We share the same world. And at the end of the day, we will draw the line in the sand who believes and who doesn't. But everything up besides that free will to choose where you want to go to for eternity, it's very different how their lives are. One way they're different is not only their hive mind and all this, they have such long lifespans. Their history makes ours look so minuscule. And it's meant to be that way. So they could live thousands of years doing du'as, praising and doing whatever. That makes sense for their way of life. For us, we have a fraction of that time to just figure things out, because it seems that humans have to learn. But these beings, there's not much really for them to learn. They kind of get with the program of what they're supposed to do. So they just hear the Quran. Yep, we got that. That makes sense. Okay. That's a major difference. And then the last one is probably the most interesting. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. إلا وسعها. What does this mean? Capacity, space, amplitude. لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا. Okay, our Lord. Right off the bat, think about the accuracy of Allah talking here. He's quoting these beings. He's not saying qul, it's just what they say. Imagine you have a text like the Quran, incredibly, like unparalleled accuracy because it's from Allah. If he says, our Lord, they said this, think about how that looks like. It's like you're in the Borg. They're all talking in unison. That would make sense for these creatures. Look what they say. Our Lord, do not take us to task in what we forget. Or أخطأنا, when we err. Our Lord, do not lay upon us a burden like what you laid upon the ones from before us. Do you guys literally carry something on you as humans? Nothing can compare to this disclosure from the unseen. These beings are very strong. And I'm going to show you they did carry things in the past. And so they're making this dua. That's what prayer is, making this calling to Allah. Please, we know our history. Don't make us do this again. We are believers in you. You are our Lord. Don't make us carry these burdens again. This does not make sense with humans. This metaphorizes the Qur'an if you think this applies to humans. Even today, especially today. If it applies to jinn, it's literal as it's intended to be. Our Lord, do not tuhammilna, lay on us what we have not have the strength to bear. This word is taqata. That's related to taqwa. It's literally about fighting and strength. Have you ever wondered why the word attack sounds like attaqa? Waq is a protector. Allah commands the believers in the Quran, Qu, defend yourselves, fight. But no, it just means fear. Apparently, it just means fear, taqwa. There's a word for fear. It's called khawf. That's Shaitan's department. He's the fearing one because he's a little coward. Believers are strong. طاقة لنا به. And pardon us, forgive for us, have mercy upon us. You are our protector. Help us against the qawm al-kafirin. Please keep in mind, we don't see this obviously, but the Quran informs you. Shaitan is not just our enemy. Allah makes that clear to us because we're kind of fighting an invisible enemy in a way. So he makes that clear countless times. Clear enemy, clear enemy. Shaitan is your enemy. O Bani Adam, O Bani Israel. Bani Adam's the whole thing, he says Shaitan is your enemy. He's also the enemy of the jinn world. They don't like him one bit. And that's why they ask Allah to help them defeat him. Give us victory over al-qawm al-kafirin. Kafirin are not just humans. That's one layer of the story. Shaitan is singled out as being from the kafirin. That makes that his community. The word for it. So, the jinns that believe, of course, they want to fight this enemy. He's a threat to their existence as well. He's like a rebel. He's like the, he's really basically a despicable, heretical, nonsensical loser. That's how they see him. Okay, that's Surah Al-Baqarah. And look at this. This word, ra'ina, is not even translated. Strange. Wouldn't they know what that means? The word is ra', and the na is the suffix us. I just read to you 2 ayahs. These are memorized ayahs from the Quran all the time because of hadith. It's all Rabbana, Ghufranaka, Ilayna, Ansurna, Ghufran. It's all us, 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 us. Those Muslims, they're not exactly human. Humans, if they recite these particular things all the time, they will fracture the examples for them from the human world, which are the messengers. They will fracture their identity as humans. That's why when you go to Friday and you pray in the masjid, they make sure that every man in the room says Ameen at the end. So everyone is speaking in unison. They do that to socially engineer you to be part of Anas, which I just mentioned are the ones in hell. It's a tough pill to swallow, but basically the world is against you. The world is against you because you're human from Bani Israel, you have a very good shot at earning eternal salvation. Even though all the odds are against you, Allah says, we chose you over the worlds. That includes the jinns as well. That means you're the biggest threat to shaitan if you understand who and what you are. Adam is your ancestor. And look what happened. Allah says, angels, pay deference to Adam. Respect him. Show reverence to him. They do. Iblis, though, he gets exposed. He doesn't. He's not an angel. He thinks that title and position belongs to him. That's his big mistake. The jinns, unfortunately for the devil, are lower on the pecking order. They're lower in the hierarchy. Allah made a hierarchy, and it goes like this. Allah and his higher supreme council of angels, Bani Israel, Bani Adam, angels, the lower ones, jinns, the believing ones, which is majority of them, the creatures of the earth, then Shaitan, and all the rabble and all his followers that are lower than him and they worship him and follow him. They're literally scum. And they don't belong anywhere near the top of the hierarchy. So that's why you better understand who you are. Or it'll come back to haunt you. This system is meant to completely destroy any hint of your identity. For humans, it's all about identity. That's why they give you a number. They don't want any quality to your life. Jinn experience is quantitative. They're more than us. Majority are believers. They're together constantly. They're a telepathic hive. They're a collective quantity. Humans, quality. What are your qualities? What's your character? How do you improve the quality of your life? And what does the system do? It makes all about quantity. Mob rule, democracy, veganism, transgenderism, anything, transhumanism, anything to destroy your fitrah, the deen that you're told you're created in the deen. Look at what this says. Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu. Who do you think those are, by the way? Ayyuha alladhina amanu. I guess that could be humans too, right? What if they're jinn? Most of the believers are. I would imagine this would apply to them the most. Say not ra'ina, but say anzurna and listen. Who does these things? Who listens? They do. And for the kafirin, shaitan is a part of, is a painful punishment. Let's look at the other one. If you guys think there's Jews in the Quran, that these are somehow humans, think again. Min alladhina hadu. Let's see the previous verse. Allah is most knowing by your enemies, and sufficient as Allah is your wali. وَكَفَى بِاللَّهِ نَصِيرٌ. From الَّذِينَ هَادُوا, they يُحَرِّفُونَ الْكَلِمَةَ عَنْ مَوَاضِعِهِ. How could that be the case? Do you know of any Jews today that, I'm sure you can make all kinds of conspiracies around them, but this is drastic. This is dramatic what Allah is describing. يُحَرِّفُونَ is not simply distort. They're changing the words themselves, the letters. There's no human mind that can come up with something that complex as creating languages. This is the mind of non-humans that have these abilities. And they like to play God. These particular jinns create Hebrew, they create Chinese, and they create German, and they create English. All they created these things from pictures around Arabic. Arabic is the kalima. And they say, سمعنا وعصينا. You remember those believing jinns? Surah Al-Baqarah, they say, سمعنا وأطعنا. These are the opposite. They hear, but they disobey. From الذين هادوا. Then they say, اسمع غير مسمع والراعين. And this is the kicker for me. Twisting by their tongues. You gotta imagine, this is literally twisting and contorting long tongues. These tongues are very sharp too. In the Quran, they're called hidad. These creatures don't resemble humans in any way whatsoever on their qualities. Jews do not do this. They're humans like us. Muslims, Jews, Christians, whatever you call yourself, there's no debate. You're a human. These alladhina hadu, from them, they don't do this. Think about what they have created for you. I'm speaking to humans. What have they created for you? What does your service to the Creator look like? Like this? Does it look like that? Do you accept this? Where did you get this idea from? Who gave you the idea? Quran didn't? Nowhere in there does this describe this. This is an excuse for having no understanding of the Quran. They make this excuse. It's about this senseless conformity. Senseless conformity, think about it. There are creatures out there conformity works for, and it's not senseless. They sense every bit of it, and it works in their world. They're in the unseen. They're called jinns. They're in ranks. They're collective. They're very happy being in there. What Allah calls nafarun, 100,000 or more. But humans yearn to figure out who they are. They don't know anything. When they're thrown into this category, what happens? This doesn't develop. Your heart doesn't develop. So how can you understand anything? I've seen it so many times. The Islamic tradition is one of the worst for this. The Jewish tradition is probably one of the most dangerous ones to the human spirit. Why? It's literally all about the jinns, like specifically Shaitan's culture. I'm sorry to say, if you happen to be a Jew, that's not something that Allah made for you. That's something that you were taught. Same with Christianity, same with Hinduism. Whatever you call yourself, even the nations of the world, the cultures of the world, they're all set up for you to lose your humanity. And I'll explain why. So, what you saw there was alladhina hadu. Let me see if I have the one here. Here we go. I'm gonna put this here. Usually we understand this to mean Jews. Why wouldn't Allah just say Jews? I already debunked this in my video on Judaism. But anyway, if you haven't seen that, it doesn't work because there's a Nabi called Hud. He's not a Jew. He predates any meaning of that. All the messengers predate this name anyway. And it's a modern religion. Sorry to say, just like all the other ones. What does it say in this ayah? Okay, Allah is just addressing them directly. Why would he do that? That means this is a very prominent group of people. And they don't sound like humans. قُلْ. This is Surah 62. Jum'ah. Like the photo I just showed you there. This is the real Al-Jum'ah from the Qur'an. قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ هَادُوا. And آمَنُوا هَادُوا. I'll show you how they're related to. إِن زَعَمْتُمْ أَنَّكُمْ أَوْلِيَاءُ لِلَّهِ من دون الناس فتمنوا الموت إن كنتم صادقين. Guys, there are no humans collectively taken as patrons besides Allah. That's a jinn thing because the jinn are very magical to us in our history. They persuaded most of our ancestors and will persuade most of us probably that they are gods. Awliya. Who's taken awliya besides Allah? That's repeated for jinn, rebellious jinn that want to be gods. Alladhina hadu are addressed here. That makes them jinn. A type of jinn. A class of them that tend to get a little carried away with world domination. That's probably why the unfortunate humans that just happen to be born in Jewish families, they get all of the flack for the actual alladhina hadu running the world. I'll show you some manifestations of the Kabbalah, how they translate that to us, because they want to mock humans by making them act like jinns, which is against their nature. And it says here, they will not wish for it ever, but what they have sent forth of their hands. Why does Allah say that the hands of Alladina al-Yahud are chained? Why does he say that? Allahu alimun bil-zalimin. He just says they're zalimin, that's it. Say, إِنَّ الْمَوْتَ الَّذِي تَرِّفُونَ مِنْهُ فَإِنَّهُ مُلَاقِكُمْ. Okay. Just talking about one sec. All right, here we go. الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. I think it's in the opening ayahs. Let me find it here. Here we go. The Torah. We understand that to be a Jewish thing today. I'm going to go through some terminology after this just to make my point more clear. Allah gives an example, and his examples are eternal, of what الَّذِينَ حُمِّلُوا التَّوْرَاةَ. They're lying here that this means entrusted because, unfortunately, our scholars and our exegetes, they believe that any word can mean whatever you want across the Quran. This, though, means carrying, burdening, just like the jinns talking in Surah Al-Baqarah. Carrying, lifting. Okay. The jinns also travel very easily, and that's why they have the Torah today called Sefer Torah. Asfar Seferi Taurat. That's what it says here. They carried the ones who carried the Torah, then they bore it not. Like the donkey, the himar, who carries asfar. This word means journeys. Saba is the only other story that uses this word, lengthen our journeys. Okay. Let me show you some words used in Judaism today with Hebrew and what they mean in Arabic. Remember, they call it Sefer Torah. Sefer Torah. Which is a great segue into the word Sephardic. Where did they get this word Sephardic from? Oh, Seferi, Asfar. That's from Saba. The culture of Saba is a jinn culture, and they just superimposed it on us. That's what you see of our cultures in the past that get destroyed. They follow some aspect of this shaitanic one. Saba, they tell you, is a Jewish culture. Before that, it's monotheistic in some way, like worshiping the sun. Then it's Jewish, then it's Christian. It has many iterations. You have Sabbateans. Yeah, exactly, MZ. That's a great one there. Sephardic, traveling. Where did the first Sephardic Jews come from? From Spain. That's Isfahan. Hispania. Isfahan. That means Persia, Spain, Paris, Pharisee. The Pharisees are Jews in the Bible. It's all talking about these people of this nation of Saba'ite Jews. Abdullah ibn Saba was a Jew that created Shiism in the Sunni Hadith. The Jews of Spain lived in Iberia. That comes from the word for Hebrew. Okay? Hebrew. So you go further, you see more things. Kohanim. Kohanim. In Hebrew, that means the Kohens, the ones that are the priestly order that pray with the covers, like there are jinns at the wall, and they just pray all going up and down. In Arabic, that word means kahin. Kahin. That's a soothsayer. Those are possessed people that give the pseudo revelation via jinns. So that means that jinns give the soothsaying information via humans. They're jinns. The Kohens, the actual kahins, are jinns. Levites. Levites. The word for that in Arabic is ahbar. In the Torah, there's 5 books today. Torah. One of those books is called Leviticus, which means Levites. In Arabic, that book is called Al-Ahbar. Ahbar is literally related to squid. Hibar is a squid. Ink is hebr, that comes from squid, like octopuses. Ahbar are the ones that changed all the words, and they're not humans. They have all the mental faculties to create a system of lies. That's why, I mean, the Pope is called Hebr al-Azim. They call them rabbis in Arabic, but really, it's about jinns. Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim in Hebrew means Egypt. Interesting. Egypt comes into play here. If you break down that word, they try to say that means west, like Maghrib or something, because mitzrach is like west, apparently, or east, I should say, whatever. So they say this word is related to mashriq, misrach, misraim. Actually, it's related to sarhan. There's no ha and there's no sad in Hebrew, which is habaru, carried by the ahbar, the the controlling tentacles and hands. Allah talks about them having hands, right? They really do have hands in a strange way. Sarhan is related to Fir'aun. He says to Haman, construct for me sarhan. The jinn clearly are what's used for building things. Suleiman uses the shayateen to build things. He chains them and he builds all kinds of architecture. They're the Freemasons. So of course they built the sarhan as well. The word rabbi, Rabbeinu, what does that mean? That means Lord. Do you know pretty much all of the du'as in Judaism? Rabbeinu, 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 Rabbeinu. Our Lord, our Lord, our Lord. They're being psychologically groomed to think themselves as jinns, not humans. Sorry to say. The Islamic community is no better. They teach you the 40, that's one of their code numbers, 40 Rabbana du'as. So you can be part of An-Nas. Rabbana, Rabbana, Rabbana. There's nothing wrong with those du'as. But what if they're meant for a totally different kind of believer? Okay? Ya Rabbi zidni ilmi. That's a human speaking. A human believer. Conservative Jews are called Masorti. Masar, that means Egyptians. Okay? In Arabic. Not in Hebrew, it means Egyptians in Arabic. Masar. Halakha. Halakha. That is the guidelines. That's the word for Sharia in Hebrew. The etymology of that in Arabic means destruction. Halaka, ahlaka, ahlakna. We destroyed. Who do you think that came from? Shaitan. Shaitan is destroying. Avraham. Does that sound a lot like Ibrahim? No. Ibrahim is Ibrahim. Avraham. That's how they say it in Hebrew. Because there is a Sabaite ruler in the Islamic history called Abraha, where all the Abrahamic religions, Abraham. You know why the Arabic language exists? Because Allah knows that they use these languages as sorcery. So when you say Abraham, you're literally referencing someone who wants to destroy Mecca, destroy the Kaaba. The Yemeni king from Saba. That is a history of Judaism. And that region has nothing. By the way, Yemenis have nothing to do with Saba, but they gave it to their history because of the whole Kabbalistic geopolitical map they gave us. Just like with Africa as well. I mentioned that in the last stream. I'm trying to wrap things up. Amida prayer. That's a prayer in Hebrew. Amida. It's actually 19 verses or something like that. They recited 19 times or something. That word means imad. Ahmed. That's used for Ad. That's used for idol worshippers in the Quran. But for them, it's a very important prayer. Avodah. Avodah is the word that we would call ibadah. Ibadah, service to Allah. Well, avodah in Hebrew means manual labor. So it's not actually anything. It's actually what the shayateen do. The shayateen do manual labor. Shayateen were the slaves back in the day. That's why they pin all the blame on the African people, on the black people, because they need to show somewhere in our history humans were slaves. Humans are never slaves. Humans are at the top of the food chain. They're at the top of the hierarchy. The shayateen are the slaves in the Quran. There was no slavery of any people. They even call people Like where I come from, Slavs, for that reason, slaves. They try to instill this. If you agree with it, you fall for the magic. Same thing for Salafis. Salafis calls themselves slaves. Salafa, that's where the word came from. Salafa, what passed before. Millah. Millah means, in Hebrew, circumcision. Milah. This is very different than Millat Ibrahim. Doesn't include that whatsoever. Shaitan in the Quran is the one who's the shani of the Nabi Muhammad, and he is the circumcised. He is the amputated one. The statues are made deformed by Ibrahim. Chesed. This is such a cool one. Chesed in Hebrew means kindness and acts of kindness and generosity. In Arabic, Hesed is very bad. It means Schadenfreude, when you want something bad for something else. Interestingly, the evil eye of Hesed is all over Jewish iconography and Sufi iconography, and all over the place. It's on that little hand. They have a blue eye. Allah says the mujrimeen have blue eyes, or zarqan, the color blue. Only time the word blue is mentioned. Okay, they call Jews throughout history cryptos. They're just trying to subjugate these poor humans that align with this on every level. It's like they're superimposing their way of life over us. Crypto, that's what jinn literally means. A cryptian. Have you ever thought what jinn translates to? Cryptian. Something hidden. Behind the scenes. It goes on and on and on and on. Halal. Halal is what Jews say, hallelujah. Christians say this sometimes. Muslims say that. Hallelujah means halal. Halal is shaitan. Shaitan is called the Lucifer, which is Venus. In Hebrew, that's halal. He's the morning star, the fallen one. In the Quran, ahilla means something devoted other than Allah in Arabic. Ahilla. It also means something that's collapsed, like into hell, collapsed, fallen. Hashem, the name of God in Hebrew, in Arabic, asim, poison of Sammum, the infernal regions from which the jinn are created. Khazan, a singer in a Jewish synagogue. Khazan. In Arabic, khazana means to hoard, to amass, to accumulate, to keep secret, to conceal, a treasurer. Khazana. Think about that. They literally, the jinns are very rich. They have treasures. Every time you see dragons and genies and all this, tons and tons of treasures all over the place. They hoarded so much of the wealth in the world. Who did that? Ahbar, the Ruhban. Yeah, kosher, something that's lawful in Hebrew to eat. Kesra, kashrut, kesra, something broken, shattered, smashed. Yahweh, I mentioned before, is shaitan, basically. Okay, you get the idea. Which brings me to this. You guys ever wonder, why do women wear hijab? Why is it mandatory? I'll tell you why. The only mandate is to cover the hair. That's it. They add more on there to just ridicule and make minuscule women all the time. Women have something to do with this parallel worlds here of jinn and ins. Think about this. Ins, nisa, nas, nasi, unasin. There's got to be a connection. And for some reason, clearly the word rijal doesn't just apply to humans. You can find in the Quran, in Surah Al-Jinn 72, rijal min al-ins, rijal min al-jinn. So man exists both worlds. Why wouldn't nisa also exist in both worlds? When you look at jinns in our collective consciousness, they're always covered. They have garments. Oh, you covered up in garments. Oh, you clothed. They're holding these because that's part of their body. They're constant. They have covers. They're covered beings. They don't have hair. They have feelers. Yash'aruna. Sha'ar. The word for hair is related to perception in Arabic because we have hair. It has a certain function. But for them, they have this senses, clairvoyance. Yash'aruna is always plural. Always in the Quran. Let me show you. But first, let me show you what the actual hijab is. So I'm talking about what is actually practiced, okay, by most, the cultures that are not even Muslim half the time, they just cover their hair. African headscarf. Remember I mentioned black people and Israelis, Africans and Jews? They use these people as a petri dish for this agenda. That's why they only cover the hair. It's never about modesty ever. It's a cultural residue of what the Saba'ite jinns have. Maybe it's the females that do this in their world. I don't know. But they just cover the hair. That's all it is. In Kabbalah, say cover the hair. For men, cover your hair. In Islam, wear a turban, wear a hat when you pray. The Catholics, the Christians, they all have this phenomenon and it has nothing to do with anything except superstitions of jinn practices overlaid on humanity. Have you ever seen the Israeli headscarf? It's the same thing. You see? They drape these parts down here. They drape these long antennae. That's what I call them, antennae. It has nothing to do with modesty. You can do whatever you want. But once it's mandated, then you get the idea, okay, what's the picture here? What are they trying to represent humans as? They're different beings. They have antenna. They have covers. They have different perceptions, perceptors, whatever you want to call it, clairvoyant beings. They listen. They hear. And that's why you see this, okay? That's why these traditions exist. Little things coming down. There is no logical explanation. No logical explanation for this existing humanity. It's a complete superstition. But the origin of it is from the unseen. And they force people to do this. They force men and women to do some version of this trans-jinnism. We're humans. This doesn't have to do with this. So that's why the word for hair, the word for poetry, remember? Poets, jinnati. Jinnati, majnoon, poetry, poets. That's where it comes from. Remember, these beings, they try to act like us, and then they force us to act like them. Difference is they're aware and we're not. Sha'ar, things you perceive. Sha'ir, poet. Hair and poetry are in the same category. Rituals are in the same category. Rites, apparently in the same category. Perception, awareness. These beings calculate on level we can't understand. That's why it applies to them. Hair. Have you seen Avatar? Their hair is not like ours. I know this is a movie. These people know. They know this is part of their world. They even put them as blue half the time. Always, always blue, 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 blue. Every jinn you've ever seen, pretty much. Maybe they are blue. But the point is, clearly we don't fit these rituals. We don't fit these things. It's forced. It's forced. It's wrong. So the last thing I want to share, it's getting late here. probably where you are as well, is this idea. And let me just show you one sec. Oh, I didn't even talk about this. Yeah, whatever. All right. Sabi'un. Let me just give you the context if you're not aware. Allah talks 3 times about these particular people only in this way. As-sabi'in, as-sabi'un. And this is what he says. The first 2 times they're in a category of people that are promised Jannah. And these are the 4 categories of people, okay? In this order. Inna alladhina aminu walladhina hadu wal-nasara was-sabi'ina. Who are these 4 groups? I thought we're just follow the religion of Islam. No. Allah covers all the worlds. Okay? Covers all the worlds regarding this. Let's go to the next one. It says the same thing, but it changes the order. And it put Sabi'un this time instead of Sabi'in. So it put Sabi'un third and then An-Nasara. It adds some other details as well. But it says those will neither fear nor will they grieve. Jannah. The third time it adds 2 more categories of beings. And those are called Al-Majus and Alladina Ashraku. So what I did is I made a schematic that incorporates this through jinn and humans. Let me show you. And this is it. We talked a little bit about Alladina Hadu. Okay? This is what it boils down to, okay? Yin yang, jinn and ins. Ya ma'ashar al-jinn wal-insi. This is what it looks like. Humans are on the black side. Jinns are on the white side. Most of the jinns are alladina amanu. Their missing counterpart in the human world are as-sabi'un. As-sabi'un are always put in the verses about paradise only. It's like not a contest for them. Alladina amanu. These, I mean, it's just so interesting to me because think about it this way, right? The one ayah where all of a sudden Allah says instead of they will neither fear nor grieve, He says Allah will decide between them Yawm al-Qiyamah, meaning these 2 categories, al-Majus, alladina ashraku, they're not going to a nice place. They're there to propel the story. The black is An-Nas. The white from the humans are As-Sabi'un. Those are believers. What we would call human believers. This is the only way it works by process of elimination. Otherwise, you have perennialism in the Quran. The Quran doesn't teach that. Those who are Jews, no, those are fake systems. Even the Islamic scholarship is fake. This is talking about modalities. This is how the story will look like. It's not part of what club you're part of that you earn. It's very much the opposite. So this black dot represents Saba. There's as much of them as there's of all the humans. I know it doesn't show that, but imagine for a minute, like they are way more populated than us. Okay. So they influence all of these black, colored in black humans called Alladina Ashraku. Al-Majus. From them, Alladina Hadu and Ash-Shayateen. I didn't put that in there, but that's also in there as well. Alladina Ashraku. Allah says, the worst for you, for Alladina Amanu, okay, these people, are Al-Yahud وَالَّذِينَ أَشْرَكُوا. They are have the most animosity for الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا, the believing jinns. However, those who say we are Nasara, like I mentioned, An-Nas, they are not on the same level. Basically, what you see here is repenting jinns, repenting humans, joining the struggle, and they're mirrored by the ones that literally propel everyone else to hell. So from the Majus, the jinnati, I should say, those would be called ash-shayateen. Okay. From alladhina ashraku, those would be called al-yahud. Okay. It's a bit hard to swallow, like this information. It just you have to really reflect on this stuff. But this is what the Quran shows. It's beyond anything we could come up with. Nasara come from idol worshipping civilizations. That's why they're sent, like, for example, you have two types of nabis, Salih, Hud, and they both are sent to places where they're needed. What's interesting about this is this puts a context to the chessboard, really, of what's happening in our world. Who is the enemy? Who are the allies? And you can add more details to this and add more labels describing the same thing. Okay. There's no accidents. Oh yeah, I showed the 11th hour there too. What else did I show? Yeah, that's up to 9/11 and everything. You can watch the beginning of the stream there. Agenda 47. Yeah, I talked about this. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to have to call it tonight. Hope you guys enjoy the stream. It's another long one, of course, but, digest the information on your own time. And if you have any questions, well, hopefully nothing happens of any drastic significance to the world in the days to come or months to come. But I put it out there to hopefully deny these people of the privilege of, disassembling, destroying our world as we know it. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Salamun. And I hope you have a great night and all the best. Salam.